to worry. He'll take away that fear. You don't ever have to be frightened again. Go on. He's waiting for you. Go.
Puppeteer, Kevin. I don't make things happen. Doesn't work like that.
What did you do to Marianne?
Free will. It's like butterfly wings. Once touched, they never get off the ground. No, I only set the stage. You pull your own strings.
What did you do to Marianne?
A gun? In here?
God damn it! What did you do to my wife?
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most depraved act of sexual theater known to man, 1 being your average Friday night run-through at the Lomax's household, I'd say, not to be immodest, Marianne and I got it on at about 7.
Fuck you!
Got me! Got me! Yes! Wow! Oh, yes! Yeah! Step on up, son! Come on, that's good! You gotta hold on to that fury! Yeah, that's the last thing to go. That's the final hiding place. It's the final fig leaf.
Who are you?
Who am I? Who are you? Never lost a case. Why? Why do you think? Because you're so fucking good.
Yeah?
But why?
Because you're my father.
I'm a little more than that, Kevin. Awfully hot in that courtroom, wasn't it? What's the game plan, Kevin? It was a nice run, Kev. Had to close out someday. Nobody wins them all.
What are you?
Oh, I have so many names. See, call me Dad.
Man, listen. Here we are. Here we are. Back again. Guess who's back? It's the one and only. The legendary mouthpiece from South Street. You know what I mean? You don't have to guess who it is. You already know it's Guess Who the Rapper. AKA Pimpin' Dynasty, here to lace your brain with some of the incredible and glorious game once again, man. And before I get started, I'm saying grace, peace, and blessings and prosperity to all listeners, all the people that's going to be in the comment section. Yeah, we got another good one. We got to talk about this. Recently, well, I just showed you a clip from one of my favorite movies, and it's called The Devil's Advocate. The Devil's Advocate. And we're going to go deep. And I was watching a video of a girl on Instagram concerning Christ and the so-called Crisis King controversy that happened 2 weeks ago when it involves Andrew Tate, Sneako, but the main draw was Candace Owens being released or a contract expired or fired. I don't know. But it seems as if all three of these individuals, Candace Owens, Sneako, and Andrew Tate, who I'm finding out was once a Christian, now converted into Islam, and now is a Muslim. They are in support of this phrase that they all tweeted or put out there called Crisis King, and the controversy comes in to where now the Jewish people are starting to say that this is anti-Semitic. Yeah. So we're gonna tackle a few things. We're gonna tackle a few things concerning this controversy of Crisis King, because it seems as if there's nothing wrong with mentioning and saying that Christ is King, but it seems like the intent of utilizing this phrase is to give a thesis, an antithesis, and what do you call that? It's the Hegelian dialectic, and then the synthesis. I don't know how do you wait a minute. Let me look up how it works.
Legalian.
Wait. Let me make sure I'm recording still. How does it work? All right, let's see.
If you want to travel with your kid, but don't want to share your kid's bedtime,
just in center. Wow.
So now we get to Hegel's dialectic. Hegel's dialectic is the most well-known area of his thought, but often misunderstood. And to be honest, it's very hard to explain. It's just hard to explain. Okay, so I'm going to do the best I can in a brief time period. So, okay, relations in classical philosophy, if you look at, say, Aristotle, how one thing relates to another thing, those are accidental qualities.
I'm not going to go into all of that. I'm just going to read the part that I wanted to read. It's often summarized as thesis. They present the thesis, the antithesis, and then the synthesis. You know what I mean? But we can come back to this later. But it seems as if them putting out Christ as King to be a buzzword or phrase to spark some sort of controversy dealing with the Jewish people. So let's deal with, and they calling it anti-Semitic. Now, normally, I mean, that's a term that's been in existence for the longest. And it seems as if anything can trigger it being, anything you say concerning Jewish people can be considered anti-Semitic. If you critique the Holocaust, or if you have a Holocaust revisionist view, that is considered anti-Semitic. If you're questioning the Jewish people that are in control of Hollywood, or in control of the banking systems or financial systems, and behind these so-called rich families and secret societies, that is all considered anti-Semitic. Anything you say the word Jewish wrong, it could be considered anti-Semitic. So we're going to see if that's true. Now let me go to the first video. I want to highlight something. Let's deal with the word Semitic and who is considered Semitic and who are the people of Shem, because that's what it means. Shem and Sem is one and the same. Shemitic or Semitic is one and the same. Shem is the eldest son of Noah. Noah had 3 sons: Shem, Ham, and Japheth, or Yaphet, or Yaphet. So these are the 3 sons that populated the earth after the flood. And these are the 3 families. These are the 3 sons that had the 3 bloodlines that populated the earth afterwards. So the Shemites, comes from a man named Shem. And you have people that on this earth that comes from a man named Ham. And then you have another group of people that comes from their brother named Japhet, more pronounced Yaphet, due to the Y and the J being the newest letter in exchange for Y. So, but let's find something out about who is Shemitic. What people comes from Shem? Shem is the father of the 3 patriarchs that gave birth to the children of Israel. So we're going to go specifically down there. But we're also going to go to Elam. Well, let's just go there now. Jacob and Esau, Isaac, Ishmael, the children of Abraham, the 6 sons of Keturah, all them, children of Lot, and all of them belongs to Shem. So you have, let's deal with the Ishmaelites. Ishmael, firstborn son of Abram or Abraham, that he had with the Egyptian slave girl, or the Egyptian maidservant of Sarah named Hagar. And she gave birth to Ishmael. Then God promised Abraham his own son through his wife, legitimate wife, Sarah, who was barren at the time, and gave birth to Isaac. So you have Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac. Ishmael is what we consider the Ishmaelites, or part of the people that make up the Arabs or the Arabs. The people that dwell in the so-called Middle East, which is the northeastern part of Africa. Oh, that's my niece crying. But let me see. Now let's get into this part. And then you have Isaac. And Isaac gave birth to Jacob and Esau. Then Jacob and Esau gave birth to the Edomites, whose name was changed to Edom. Esau was changed to Edom. And Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. Israel gave birth to the 12 tribes of Israel, or the 12 sons of Israel. So Israel's 4th born son name is Judah. And then when you shorten the name of Judah, that's where you get the term Jew from. So that's where when you see about the Jews in the Bible, they they are the children of Judah, or they belong to the tribe of Judah. All right. But let's see who these people from the tribe of Judah really is. Is it these people that are in the land of Israel today? Or are they someone else? Let's find out.
Save up to 30% on Alpha Brain.
Oh, that one's a little fishy. I don't know about that one.
Revolutionary.
From this day forward, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus, a figure who represents not just the cornerstone, under the guidance of Black Jesus. From this day forward, let us proclaim.
I gotta forgive because this thing is different. So check this out. Listen to this.
Proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus. From this day forward, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus, a figure who represents not just the cornerstone of Christian faith, but also a symbol of the universal values of love, compassion, and brotherhood.
Jesus Christ is the most famous black radical revolutionary in history, and he was treated just like Dr. King.
You see this black man going over these images? What do they look like? These images, these paintings. They look like people of the biblical times and people that dwelled in the land of Israel at the time. It looked like the people that are in Israel now. That it looked like Jewish people. You see that? Now watch this. So you would say that's why they use the term anti-Semitic or anti-Shemitic, because they claim to be of the bloodline of Shem. Let's go. But if you notice earlier in this video, and it said this brother was on the news and saying Jesus was the greatest black revolutionary. Let's go back to that. Let's see what he says again. Let's go back to that. This is let me just explain this video a little bit, because I didn't do that. This video I picked up from what Vladimir Putin revealed to the world. And this is what he is telling his people over there in Russia once he's discovered these images of not only Jesus Christ, but of the followers and the disciples of Jesus Christ and the people. So let me restart it and let's play again.
From this day forward.
Wait a minute. Who is that? Why do they have this image here of a black man as Jesus Christ? Come on. But the people over there in the land of Israel don't look like this guy here that you see on your screen. All right, let's go.
Let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus.
He said, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus. So that by them putting the color in front of the name Jesus, that means there must be more than one Jesus out here. And according to the images, that's obvious how many Jesus Christ are out here, or images of Jesus Christ out here. And what color are they? One is white and one is black. Let's go.
From this day forward, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus, a figure who represents not just the cornerstone of Christian faith, but also a symbol of the universal values of love, compassion, and brotherhood.
Jesus Christ is the most famous black radical revolutionary in history, and he was treated just like Dr. King.
Did y'all hear that? He said Jesus Christ is the most famous black. See how you put the black in there? Black radical revolutionary in the history of the world. And if he was here today, he was treated just like MLK, Martin Luther King, was treated. Come on. And now you're about to see this brother here standing before these images that are white depictions of the people of Israel. Come on.
Afro to long hair. His hair straightened out, right?
Was Jesus black? If not, why do all the old paintings found show him as black? And why are all the new and famous paintings shown mostly to the world as white? After Russia revealed the Black Jesus painting, small ancient villages with similar paintings emerged. Now in Ethiopia, the oldest paintings reveal Jesus as black. So, are these paintings a lie? Or is what we have been told about God to this day a lie? Let's find out. In a world where history often seems set in stone, some moments shake the foundations of our understanding. Imagine the ripple effect when the image of a revered figure, central to the faith of millions, is suddenly revealed to be radically different from what we've been taught. This is the seismic shift ignited by recent revelations about the ethnicity of biblical icons, particularly the portrayal of Jesus as black. For African people worldwide, this isn't just a revelation, it's a reclamation of identity and a challenge to centuries of Eurocentric narratives, but this narrative is based on the paintings found. So, is it even legitimate based on the places the paintings are found?
They used to keep that replica or copy of the Ark of the Covenant inside their churches. That's why it makes them churches and counted as churches and counted as a holy place. That makes them house. But except without the holy or the replica, this church will be like house. No, it doesn't be meaningful. It will be counted as a house. Yeah. It will be structured. But if the ark found out in that place, that the people, the worshippers counted as this is the holiest place.
The narrator explains the origin of church nomenclature, emphasizing that the presence of certain elements, such as paintings, played a pivotal role in designating a place as a church. He said a location would only be identified as a church if it contained replicas or representations of religious significance, particularly those referring to the respective deity. For instance, if a place housed a painting depicting religious figures or narratives central to the faith, it would be recognized as a church. So, the paintings he showed at the beginning serve as defining features, encapsulating the essence of religious devotion and cultural identity associated with the respective faith traditions. This proves that the paintings are, in fact, very important and aren't just kept there by a random someone. From childhood, we are shaped by the images we see, especially those of religious figures. For generations, the predominant portrayal of Jesus as white has reinforced a hierarchy of beauty and virtue that marginalized black people. But what happens when the face of divinity reflects the diversity of humanity? the unveiling of black biblical icons challenges centuries-old depictions and empowers African people to see themselves reflected in the divine.
He said, let us be dissatisfied until that day when nobody will shout white power, when nobody will shout black power, but everybody will talk about God's power and human power. Do you agree with that?
I love the Lord. And my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, is the most famous black radical revolutionary in history. And he was treated just like Dr. King. He was arrested on occasion.
He was a great black leader, but was he also crucified because of his race?
And he was also crucified or assassinated. This is what happens to black activists. We are killed by the government. Well, and if you need context, if you read your Bible, it'll say that Jesus had feet like burnt brass and hair like wool. I don't know if you noticed, but our hair seems to be more like wool, and we seem to be likened to that color than anyone.
The assertion that Jesus was black and that his crucifixion was partly due to his racial identity is a topic of debate and interpretation. It's true that Jesus lived in the region of Judea, located in the Middle East, and that people in that region likely had varying shades of skin tone. Here's a reminder to please like and share the video and subscribe to our channel to watch more videos on black culture, history, civilization, and identity.
Man, this is so good. Now check this out. Look what they're coming out with now. They showed you all the depictions of a white version of Jesus Christ, right? And then they said that in order for it to be established as a church, these images must be present so you can identify them as a church. You know, it would be considered a holy place. It seems like that brother was an Ethiopian that was explaining it to the brother who's looked like an African American. He seems well traveled. I've seen him before, this guy. But yeah, man, it's and then as you notice on the news, they try to pose the question like, wow, you know, what Martin Luther King was teaching. One day, one people won't say white power, the other one will say black and all that. How did he feel about it? How did the reporter asked the black guy how he felt about it? Black guy was like, look, I love the Lord. And then began to describe his Lord, right, as being a radical revolutionary that was assassinated. Just like most black people that rise up against the government is the one who killed Christ, though the Jews or the people from the tribe of Judah, along with a lot of these people, the Pharisees and Sadducees that was in power at that time, coerced the people to bring Jesus Christ before the Roman Empire or the Roman government, to slay him, to kill him, and to crucify him. So that same thing is occurring today. All of our great leaders were assassinated, crucified, and killed. While we was in slavery, they used bullwhips to beat us into submission. Christ was beaten with a whip and the cat of 9 tails, and was whipped and beaten. No one can relate to that type of abuse more than black people. No one on earth can relate to this treatment more than black people. More their leaders being assassinated for standing up for that which is right. But let's continue.
Let's continue now. The reasons for Jesus' crucifixion do not primarily revolve around his teachings, which challenge the religious and political authorities of his time, rather than his racial identity. According to Christian belief, Jesus was crucified because he was perceived as a threat to the existing power structures and religious norms, not solely because of his race. However, it is undeniable that throughout history, people of African descent, along with other marginalized racial and ethnic groups, have faced discrimination, persecution, and injustices similar to those experienced by Jesus. The comparison between the treatment of black people and the persecution of Jesus can be seen as a symbolic reflection of the systemic injustices and oppression faced by marginalized communities. But what about the concept of the Bible being a white man's book? The concept of the Bible being referred to as a white man's book stems from a historical and cultural context marked by colonialism, imperialism, and the Eurocentric interpretation and
Leonardo da Vinci seems to have encrypted the Great Pyramid of Giza into the Vitruvian
and the Eurocentric interpretation and dissemination of Christianity. Throughout history, European colonizers often imposed their cultural and religious beliefs onto the indigenous populations they encountered, including the promotion of Christianity as part of their civilizing mission. The characterization of the Bible as a white man's book reflects the dominance of Eurocentric interpretations of Christianity and the marginalization or erasure of other cultural and racial perspectives within religious discourse. This perception has been reinforced by depictions of biblical figures and narratives in art, literature, and popular culture that often portray them as European or white. Moreover, the association of Christianity with whiteness has been used to justify and perpetuate systems of racial superiority and colonial oppression. By positioning Christianity as inherently linked to white identity, colonial powers sought to reinforce their authority and legitimize their dominance over non-white populations. However, it's important to recognize that the Bible is a collection of religious texts with diverse origins, spanning various cultures, languages, and historical contexts. The original authors and characters within the Bible were predominantly from the Middle East and North Africa, regions with populations that would not be considered white by modern standards.
Did y'all hear that? The area of where the Bible was written, geographically written, were located in regions where there were no white people. And don't get me wrong, this is taking a minute, but I'm going somewhere with this. The reason why I'm taking you down this path is so we can identify and deal with the word anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic. And we're going to find out who belongs to the bloodline and family of Shem and who does not. Who belongs to the children of Israel or the house of Israel or the lost tribes of Israel and who does not. Who is claiming to be Jews and who are not claiming to be Jews. Who say they are, who are the people saying that they are Jews, but they are not, in fact, Jews. Who are these people? Why are we looking at a video right now that's describing two different types of Jesuses? There's two images going on. One white, one black. But we're dealing with the term anti-Semitic, and meaning who is the bloodline or the children of Shem. I already told you, if we're dealing with the chosen line that's in the Bible, it starts with Abraham, then it goes to Isaac, then it goes to Jacob, and then it goes from Jacob to the 12 sons of Jacob, which they begin to become the children of Israel. From the tribes, meaning these men had children. So they become the children of Israel. And all throughout the Old Testament, you see this these people, this group of people is being talked about constantly. And by the time when Christ arrived, the tribe of Judah is really talked about, because Jesus Christ is born out of the tribe of Judah. They've shortened the term Judah out of the land of Judea, and now they say Jews. So when you see the New Testament saying Jew and Gentile, those were separations of nationalities and what they're in ethnicity. So they attach the word race to the word to ethnicity or ethnic group and nationality for this reason, because race really means a race to power, a race to, like a marathon, a race, an actual competition to see who is going to be in control of the world that is promised to these so-called Jews, that is promised to the children of Israel, that, or who is going to be in control of the Jews, who's going to be the, that's what the race to power over the Jews, that's what race mean. And the reason why they attach it to ethnicity and nationality is because it happens to do with the people of the lineage of the children of Israel and who's going to be controlled, what nation is going to be over them. That's what race mean. And I can really get that from Dr. Claude Anderson, who really eloquently breaks that down. But right now we're dealing with Shem, Shemitic, and who is of Shem and who is not. And can you really, and if these people who are claiming to be of the stock of Shem are not Shem, then how can anyone be anti-Shemitic? But let's go.
The perception of the Bible as a white man's book reflects a distortion of religious identity and history driven by colonialist agendas and power dynamics. Challenging this perception involves acknowledging the diverse cultural and racial heritage within Christianity and reclaiming narratives that have been marginalized or appropriated by dominant Western interpretations. It also requires acknowledging and addressing how religion has been used to justify and perpetuate systems of oppression and inequality based on race.
You will see that as a little kid and you're learning history, as a black person, black people showed up to be slaves, right? And so that doesn't give you, like, if that's the history that you get about your people, oh, we exist for the purpose of being slaves. Well, if that's the history that you get, then you don't know who you are. Excellent. Right? And so there are so many people who say the Bible is a white man's book. The Bible, that's not even remotely possible. If the Bible were a white man's book, they would have took a whole bunch of stuff out of it. Some of the stuff I'm going to share with you today, they would have taken out if it was a white man's book. Right? So it's not, the Bible was not a white man's book. Okay? The Bible.
Wait a minute. Let me. Sorry, y'all. But wait a minute. Look at this gentleman here. Look at this guy's beard and his hair. Now we know that in the book of Revelation, all y'all who's spiritual and are informed and enlightened, y'all already know where I'm going. But for those who are not enlightened, and your counsel is darkened by this misrepresentation of history, I'm going to educate you now. Go to Revelation, the first chapter, and go down to the 14th to 15th verses, or begin at the 14th verse. And I believe it's in the 14th or 15th verse where it says, his hair was white like wool, and his feet the color of fine brass, as if it was burned in the furnace. Take a look at this guy. What does his beard and mustache look like? Pure white, like wool. Man, it don't get no better than that. It does not look like the images that we see in churches and on walls and cathedrals across America and abroad, and in Europe, all over this earth. But let him finish.
It's God's book. And God is no respecter of persons. Stuff I'm going to share with you today, they would have taken out if it was a white man's book. Right? So it's not, the Bible was not a white man's book. Okay? The Bible is God's book. And God is no respecter of persons. So we see a couple of things. First of all, where did the whole, quote, racial, there's only one race, I talked about that last week, there's only one race, the human race. And all humans on earth came from one father and one mother, and then a little bit later on, one other father and one other mother, right? You say, what does that mean? They came from Adam and Eve. And then what happened? The flood happened. So all human beings that exist on the earth today came from Noah and his wife, period.
Listen, man, I'm not really trying to start any trouble, but I'm just going to say this. Now, I don't know, but I don't see the word human in the Bible nowhere. Now, mankind, male and female, created he, them. Male created he, him. Male and female created he, them. Mankind. Thou shalt not lie down with mankind. Womankind, as if, shall not lie down with mankind, and this as if he was a woman. Those are the terms that I see. Those are the ones I'm going to stick with. Y'all can say human all you want. But what I do know, that the word human defined in the Black's Law Dictionary that was exclusively used by lawyers, human means monster. And they also utilize that term to determine what a monster means and the rights of that monsters, or in the rights and privileges of that monsters, and rights denied of that term, human. Monsters or humans are not allowed to own any property. They're not allowed a lot of things. But I'll unpack that at a different time. So, though he's saying human beings and we're all of one race, I'm not totally against what he's saying. I understand that. But, no. I'm just putting some paint where it ain't and saying what most came. When it comes to certain things, you have to have certain information, you know what I mean? Much like when people say this planet, I don't say planet no longer, I never really did anyway, but I really don't say it now, because I know now that the Bible says that the earth is flat. So that just eliminates, the word planet. But yeah, I understand what he means, don't get me wrong, but no, we don't do human. I don't do human. And I'll unpack it later why I don't, and I'll unpack it later why I don't say planets and there's only one race on this planet. I don't talk like that. You know what I mean? I omit and edit the word planet out of my vocabulary, out of my diction, out of my utterance, because I know the truth now. You understand? So, no. But the word human, y'all look it up in the Black's Law Dictionary. They might have the old version of the Black's Law Dictionary that describes what human being means. But let's go back. Let me let them go.
Other father and one other mother, right? You say, what does that mean? They came from Adam and Eve. And then what happened? The flood happened. So all human beings that exist on the earth today came from Noah and his wife, period.
But why is this discussion being given so much importance? If a figure as significant as Vladimir Putin were to make statements about the racial identity of Jesus and present evidence, such as an ancient painting depicting Jesus as black, it would undoubtedly generate significant attention and discussion worldwide. Such statements from a prominent political leader could challenge prevailing narratives and provoke debate on race, religion, and historical representation. If Putin indeed presented compelling evidence, such as an ancient painting, suggesting that Jesus was depicted as black in some historical contexts, it could prompt scholars, religious leaders, and the public to reevaluate their understanding of Jesus' racial identity and the implications of such representations. Additionally, it led to discussions about the significance of race in religious iconography, the impact of colonialism on religious imagery, and how cultural and political biases have shaped historical narratives. The shockwaves caused by Putin's statements would likely extend beyond the realm of religious studies, sparking conversations about race relations identity politics, and the role of religion in shaping cultural perceptions. It could also prompt broader reflections on the importance of historical accuracy, inclusivity, and diversity in understanding and interpreting shared cultural heritage. Hear him out.
Today, we stand on the precipice of a monumental revelation, a moment that redefines not only our understanding of history, but also the path forward for our great nation. In an extraordinary discovery hidden beneath centuries of lore and legend, we have opened what can only be described as the oldest vault known to mankind. What we found within its ancient confines challenges the very fabric of our beliefs and heralds a new dawn for our country. Within this vault, we discovered figures of biblical proportions, characters that many have read about, debated, and revered. These figures, preserved against the sands of time, reveal a truth that is as profound as it is transformative. They are all black. This revelation, this undeniable truth, stands before us not as a contradiction to our faith, but as a testament to the diversity and unity that faith embodies.
If Vladimir Putin's statements about Jesus being depicted as black in historical paintings were to be widely acknowledged, it would have profound emotional and psychological effects on both black and white communities. For black individuals who have grown up within religious traditions that predominantly depict Jesus as white, discovering evidence suggesting that Jesus may have been portrayed differently in ancient artworks provokes feelings of validation and empowerment. It offers a sense of affirmation of their own racial and cultural identity, challenging the notion that whiteness is inherently linked to divinity and spiritual authority. However, it also brings to light the historical erasure and marginalization of black perspectives within religious iconography, prompting a reassessment of the representation of race within religious institutions. On the other hand, for white individuals who have long upheld the image of a white Jesus, grappling with the possibility that this portrayal does not align with historical accuracy is unsettling and challenging. It leads to feelings of betrayal or disillusionment, as well as a sense of discomfort in confronting the implications of racial biases within religious traditions. However, it also serves as an opportunity for introspection and growth, encouraging a deeper understanding of the complexities of race and identity within religious contexts.
Man, do y'all see this? This is how far they went with it. Hold on. This is how far they went with this image. They put the statue, I think that statue was in Brazil somewhere, to show the rule and reign of European, Eurocentric power or white power over the earth, and over, especially in particular that region where that huge statue is. And we all know, according to the Bible, especially if you're an Israelite who study the Bible, you know you're not even supposed to make an image of anything like that, especially carving it out of stone, because that's what they're doing. They're worshiping that image. Come on.
However, it also serves as an opportunity for introspection and growth, encouraging a deeper understanding.
Look at that. It's like an image of a God over there. And that portrayal of Jesus Christ, for what this video has brought out and what Vladimir Putin is bringing out now, something that the people, black people on the streets of New York, Philadelphia, all over this country, LA, everywhere, Detroit, Chicago, everywhere, been exposing this image as being false. Because we're going to get in, if he doesn't get into it, of who this person, this image really belongs to, then, you know, I might have to go ahead and get involved in that right here and right now, because we're wrestling and fighting against the principal thought of what color, what ethnicity, or what they call race or nationality or bloodline, what I like to say, did Jesus Christ belong to. And what does it mean to be Shemitic and anti-Shemitic? Come on.
Of the complexities of race and identity within religious contexts.
Not as a challenge to our beliefs, but as an opportunity to embrace a wider, more inclusive understanding of our history and spirituality. Russia, in its rich tapestry of cultures, traditions, and people, is uniquely positioned to lead the world into this new era of understanding and acceptance. From this day forward, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus, a figure who represents not just the cornerstone of Christian faith, but also a symbol of the universal values of love, compassion, and brotherhood.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Here it is. You have Vladimir Putin, the leader of Russia, a communist country that is against religion and faith and stuff like that. Discovers, some people believe he already knew this. I'm not going to get into that because these look like Russian icons that's been over there, because black people were in Russia. But he found this oldest vault of mankind and found these images in Russia. I don't know where he found them, but these do look like Russian icons. Look at the image that you see right there. Do that look like the image that we grew up on? Absolutely not. But it is refreshing, rewarding to see that the world is finally, the Most High himself brought this out. He made it known to the elect long before the elite brought it out. But it is very powerful when the elite brings this type of information out because they are the ones in power. The elect are in poverty. The people that look like this image and before you, they are the people that has been conquered by the people of the image that you've seen prior to this image, which is the white version of Jesus Christ. Man, this is going to shake up the world. And hence, this is leading toward anti-Semitism and Semitism, or anti-Shemitic and Shemitism, right? And since those images are not historically accurate, and it seems, and this video is explaining the reason why they put that image there, for colonialism and to oppress, rape, pillage, rob, and to destroy the people that were non-white. That's how they got in power, and that's how they remained in power, through this psychological warfare, which attaches to your spirit, meaning we'll begin to look at them as being depicted as the people of the Bible as divine, and give them their divinity toward them, saying, now you can't oppose God. Now Jesus Christ is white, God is white, the angels is white, and everybody else is beneath them. This is how it was portrayed and utilized. Though those images of white European Eurocentric versions of Christ are not historically accurate. They're coming up with vaults even the Bible itself has passages in the Bible itself letting you know the ethnicity, the nationality of the people of the book. And guess what? They were all black. Every last one of them. Now, we in America who know we're of the children of Israel, we been knew this. This is not new to us. We been known this. Because the Most High revealed it to us first, so we can go out and preach and teach and reach to our people and wake them up. Because their image has been destroyed by that white image. Now, white people in power like Vladimir Putin from a communist country, who I believe they might be in conflict with those people utilizing that word anti-Semitic, is bringing this and revealing and bringing this revelation to the world and to the forefront. And not only that, telling his people that they should follow the tenets of the black Messiah, or black Jesus Christ. Have you ever heard of anything like that? We must be at the very end. When you see a Russian communist country yielding itself to the tenets of a black man by the name of Jesus Christ. Come on, let him say that again. Listen what he says.
Of race and identity within religious contexts.
Not as a challenge to our beliefs, but as an opportunity to embrace a wider, more inclusive understanding of our history and spirituality. Russia, in its rich tapestry of cultures, traditions, and people, is uniquely positioned to lead the world into this new era of understanding and acceptance. From this day forward, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus, a figure who represents not just the cornerstone of Christian faith, but also a symbol of the universal values of love, compassion, and brotherhood. This Black Jesus, whose likeness and history have been unveiled from the oldest vault, is a message to us all that divinity knows no color.
Discovering and embracing the truth, even if it challenges previously held beliefs or narratives, is a cause for celebration. It's an opportunity for growth, learning, and deeper understanding. Instead of dwelling on regret or disappointment about past misconceptions, focusing on the positive aspects of uncovering the truth and its potential for fostering greater awareness, empathy, and unity is important. Celebrating the truth can involve acknowledging the resilience and strength of individuals and communities who have endured historical injustices and marginalization. It can also involve recognizing the richness and diverse resilience and strength of individuals and communities who have endured historical injustices.
Now, if you was to ask anybody who this is in this video section right here, everybody on earth would say, that's baby Jesus, that's Mary and Joseph. That's what they would say. Born in a manger, that looked like a manger. And all of them, all three of y'all are white. Man, I don't know if this guy gonna get into it, of who that guy is. But it might be important enough for me to go there if he does not. Come on.
And marginalization. It can also involve recognizing the richness and diversity of human experiences and perspectives, including those related to race, culture, and spirituality. Moreover, embracing the truth can inspire meaningful dialogue, reconciliation, and collective action toward building a more just and inclusivist society. We can create a future grounded in honesty, compassion, and mutual respect by confronting uncomfortable truths and working towards greater understanding and solidarity. Questions arise. How does this revelation reshape our understanding of Scripture? What implications does it have for the future of Christianity in Africa and beyond? As African people reconsider their relationship with faith, they embark on a journey of rediscovery, seeking to reconcile centuries of colonial influence with their cultural heritage.
That spiritual truth transcends race, and that our common humanity binds us more.
Oh. Now these are images that he uncovered. Look at this brother right here. Now he could be Paul, Peter, or either one of them. But look, let me go back. And when he's saying Africa, he's saying, it seems as if this brother is inclusive of, the African people. You know what I mean? When it comes to this new revelation, which is old revelation for us, that Jesus Christ was indeed and in fact black, but we've been on that. But when you're an Israelite, you also are. When you find out who you are, you find out who everybody else is as well. And the children that look like us, when he say African, a lot of those people belong to Abraham's youngest son, which is his name is Ham. Ham. And if you get in the Zondervan Bible Dictionary, it will tell you who he is the progenitor of. He's the progenitor of the dark races. You know what I mean? All the dark races except the Negroes. You know what I mean? It says not the Negroes, but I'll go into that later. Come on. But let's listen.
Journey of rediscovery, seeking to reconcile centuries of colonial influence with their cultural heritage.
That spiritual truth transcends race, and that our common humanity binds us more tightly than our differences divide us. Let this discovery remind us that history is not just the story of those who wield power, but also of those whose contributions have been overlooked.
You see these children
of those whose contributions have been overlooked or forgotten.
I'll let that play for a second, because those depictions of the people of Palestine, you know what I mean, and we'll get into them another time, of what's going on with that conflict over there and what they call the Middle East, but what we call is northeastern or northeast Africa. That's what it really is, because it's on the tectonic plate of Africa. But all dark-skinned races are not Jews or Israelites or the children of Shem. Majority of the dark races belong to the children of Ham, okay? And Ham's sons. All right? But let's go.
It challenges us to re-examine what we know, to question our assumptions, and to open our hearts to the broader possibilities of understanding and faith. As we embark on this journey of discovery and understanding, let us do so with open minds and compassionate hearts. Let us build a nation that truly reflects the teachings of Black Jesus, a nation that stands for justice, equality, and love for all, regardless of race or creed.
Here you must be thinking, why did they even lie to you? Well, simply to keep Black people their slaves. Throughout colonial and post-colonial periods, European powers often employed religious and cultural narratives to assert dominance over indigenous peoples and justify practices such as slavery and colonization. The whitewashing of Jesus and other biblical figures is a part of this broader pattern of cultural imperialism, where European cultural norms and standards were imposed on diverse populations around the world. By depicting Jesus as white and presenting Christianity as inherently linked to European identity and superiority, colonial powers sought to legitimize their domination over non-white populations and reinforce racial hierarchies. This distortion of religious imagery and narratives not only served to reinforce systems of oppression, but also contributed to the erasure of diverse cultural perspectives and marginalized voices within religious traditions. It perpetuated harmful stereotypes and perpetuated the myth of white superiority, which continues to have lasting effects on societal attitudes and structures today. Recognizing and confronting how religion has been used as a tool of oppression is essential for fostering understanding, healing, and reconciliation. It involves acknowledging past injustices, amplifying marginalized voices, and working towards a more inclusive and equitable future where all individuals are treated with dignity, respect, and equality.
And Black people have been enslaved by the white people for the last 200 years, and we've been lying to them about Jesus is Black, not white. We've completely lied about it and then enslaved them. Black people are gonna be pretty pissed. Rightfully so. I would be fucking mad too. So, what happens next? Obviously they're gonna do some, verification process on these paintings, but, I mean, who lied? Who whitened or lightened up the pictures of Jesus and spread them all over the world to spread white propaganda? Who did that? I mean, I don't know, because I'm new to religion. I mean, my guess is the Vatican. Did the Vatican do it? Like, you tell me, who spread this white propaganda? If it's not real, are black people going to be upset? I think so. Rightfully so. They should have their place back. And whoever enslaved the black people should be held accountable.
Man, listen. Do y'all see what's transpiring right now? Do y'all see what's happening? White people. See, this is why this information is rocking the world right now. White people. Now, this white gentleman is just one individual, but let me tell you, a lot of white people think like him. White people who seen the oppression and of white people over black people, now they're armed with this information that Jesus Christ is black. And now they're observing what this revelation is going to do to black people. He said they're going to be pretty upset. Let me tell you, when I first found out, this is long before, when I really found out was in 2008, but I've been knowing this for quite some time, you know what I mean? But really knowing it is what's in 2008 was when I found out that I am an Israelite from the tribe of Judah, right? I became very angry. I was extremely angry. You know what I mean? It was not a good. It wasn't good because your eyes open up, and it's almost like you're Neo and you see the glyphs in the Matrix. You start seeing behind the deception. And that's the greatest deception. That's the strongest delusion that has been cast upon the world. There's more to come, but that was one of them. And you think the strongest delusion is depicting Jesus Christ as a white man? No. For me personally, no, that wasn't it. But to disconnect the people from the Bible, not just Jesus Christ being black, but the children of Israel were also black. That was the biggest deception. Along with Jesus Christ being white, it also made his people white. Oh, that was the biggest blow right there. It was the people that they were after with that changing of Jesus Christ, because they know they changed Jesus Christ from black to white. And you know what's funny? You got some black people out here talking about they not black, they're free, and black people are nothing, they this and they that, and it's basically the tenets of white supremacy talking points. They don't want to be affiliated with being black and all of that. Whoops. Now you know that Jesus Christ is black. A lot of black people talking about it don't matter. I remember all this when we were trying to wake them up. That it don't matter, and these old Uncle Toms, these Sambos in our community, man. Where black men ain't ish and they ain't nothing. But I'm going to deal with, trust me, I'm going to deal with them later. Because I'm on a hunt, I'm on a hunt. And I know exactly who I'm talking about, but we're going to come out with that later. But really, this video is going to be titled, Well, I ain't going to say what the title is. I'm just going to tell you what it's really about. It's about this Crisis King controversy dealing with Candace Owens and Andrew Tate and the Sneako guy or whatever. But I wanted to deal with the word anti-Semitic. And look at white people. White people who are now finding out that Jesus Christ was black, they are upset. And they now know that when he really hit us, we're going to be upset too. And this is their greatest fear, is that we're going to do to them what they did to us. But righteous white people are looking at this scenario like, wait a minute. Who lied to them? Who lied to us? Who did this? He said it. We enslaved them, meaning his corporate family being white. We enslaved them. We oppressed them. We murdered, maimed, and killed them, castrated them. And I ain't just dealing with Christianity. We're going to deal with Islam too, because they did the same thing to a nation of people. Black people who are really the real Hebrews, the children of Israel. They are the Israelites. They are the lost 12 tribes of Israel. That's who they are. That's who we are. We're just modernly called this byword and proverb being black. But y'all see this? Look what this revelation is doing to not only black people, but what it's doing to white people. White people are like, wait a minute. That ain't right. See that? Because, you know, it transcends color, just like Putin says in this speech, whatever. Come on. Hold on, let me let him say a little bit.
Or lightened up the pictures of Jesus' paintings, but, I mean, who lied? Who whitened or lightened up the pictures of Jesus and spread them all over the world to spread white propaganda? Who did that? I mean, I don't know, because I'm new to religion. I mean, my guess is the Vatican. Did the Vatican do it? Like, you tell me, who spread this white propaganda? If it's not real, are black people going to be upset? I think so. Rightfully so. They should have their place back. And whoever enslaved the black people should be held accountable.
The unveiling of black biblical icons is not just about the past. It's about shaping the future. It's a call to action for African people to reclaim their narratives, celebrate their heritage, and demand equality and representation.
When he's saying African people, this is what I think this brother is on. I don't know for sure, but I could tell by his language what he's really saying. You know what I mean? I'm not saying this for sure. I'm not knowing, so don't quote me on this, but this is just what my opinion, when I think he's going. He said when he says Africa, he's being inclusive to all nations of Africa, all bloodlines of Africa. When I just broke down to you that no, majority of the Africa that we're talking about, that they're not a part of this revelation due to the fact that they are the same color as we are and the same color as Jesus, but they are not of the same bloodline. You know what I mean? They are children of Ham. You know what I mean? And at one time, they were our enemies. Like Mizraim is the father of the Egyptians. And really, the Greeks gave them that term, Egyptians. But they really, the people that were in power in Egypt during the time of Moses, they were children of Mizraim, or the Mizraimites. That's who they really are. They are the Mizraim, or Mizraim is the son of Ham, along with Canaan, Put, and Cush. Those are the four sons of Ham, the Cushites. Canaanites. I know you've heard of these names. And Foot and Mizraim. Those are the children of Ham. Those are Hamites. Those are the black people. So the Egyptians that you see on the walls of Egypt, those are the children of Ham, and particularly the children of Mizraim. When you go back to Babylon or the Tower of Babel and Nimrod, that's the sons of Cush. Those were Cushites, like Nimrod and them. Those, they are the people of Cush. You understand? Then we see Palestine or Philistines and all of that, and the conquering of that land of Canaan. Those were the Canaanites. Where you see Palestine at right now, and where you see it's called the land of Israel. It's called Israel now. Well, these so-called Israelis dwell now. That was once the land of Canaan. And Canaan was the son of Ham. That's what I mean by Africa. The Greeks gave it the term Africa. You know what I mean? And label us all Africans. But not of all of us are. All Africans are not Africans. We are dwelling in the land of Ham. But no, we are the children of Shem. So it sounds like this guy is inclusive with the Hamitic and Shemitic together. Meaning, or just all Africans in general. When that is not true. When the people that are considered African Americans or Negroes, those are the people. If you are of Negro descent, then yes, you are indeed an Israelite. Negro and Negro only. Not what they teach on the street with that's a false doctrine they teach with the Hebrew Israelite camps or Hebrew Israelite cults, what I like to call them, or the concentration camps like ISUPK and IUIC and GOCC and AOC, all these false Israelite doctrines that they be teaching. They be teaching all kind of madness, but they teach that people of native Indian, Hispanic, and Negro descent make up the 12 tribes of Israel, and that is not true. It's Negro only. Now, if you are a Hispanic of Negro descent, yes, then yes, indeed, you are of the house of Israel. If you are a Native American of Negro descent, then yes, you will be considered an Israelite. A lot of them others, like Hispanics, they're Spaniards, and a lot of them, those Native Americans have a blend of Japhet and as well as Hamitic. But we'll get into that later. So I think that's the language he's using, but I don't agree with that. But come on.
As we confront the legacies of colonialism and racism, we must also envision a future where diversity is celebrated and all voices are heard. It's a journey toward inclusion, empowerment, and collective liberation. Do you think this was all done to keep black people slaves? Whoever was behind all this, how do you think they should be held accountable now? In the comment section, let us know how you feel about Jesus being black. Do you want to watch more videos like this one? If so, subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon next to it. We have decided to bring videos on something nobody talks about: the black culture, civilization, history, and evidence about how glorious blacks have been. Thanks for watching, and until the next video, stay tuned.
Y'all go over there to Black Culture Diary and go ahead and subscribe. I'm showing it on the screen right now. Y'all hit the subscribe button just like I did. And yeah, man. Go ahead and subscribe to that brother. But let me answer this question. Let me go back to the question. He asked a certain question. Let's see.
Slaves, whoever was voices are heard. It's a journey toward inclusion, empowerment, and collective liberation. Do you think this was all done to keep black people slaves?
All right. He said, do we think that all this was done to keep black people slaves? Let me answer that. The tree is known by its fruit. We shall know them by their fruit. Now, the fruit of this image was slavery. Or I should say more accurately, involuntary forced servitude. You know what I mean? Because you're going to see the word slave in the Bible and think that was okay in the Old Testament to slave someone. No. Slave is like you being hired to be worked or whatever. But to be enslaved or to be forced into it, involuntary servitude. It wasn't voluntary. So the answer to that is, of course, that image was utilized to ensure and perpetuate slavery and all of its systems that exist today. Of course it was. Come on.
Whoever was behind all this, how do you think they should be held accountable now?
Man, that's a very good question. Oh my God. But, hey man, I'm just going to read it. I'm going to tell you, not what I think is going to happen. Because this is going to happen. It's not whether I think what should happen. This is going to happen. Watch this. Let's read it. Let's read it. Let's read it. We are in the book of Revelation. Let's see. We are in the book of Revelation, the 13th chapter. Let me turn it right this way. All right. Let's start at the 9th verse. The 9th verse says, if any man have an ear, let him hear. Verse 10, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that, matter of fact, let me just narrow it down to the 10th verse. This is Revelation, the 13th chapter and the 10th verse. And it reads, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that leadeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. That's what I think should happen, and that's what I know is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? That's what I know. This might be a cold thumbnail right here. Hold on. That might be a cold thumbnail, but I don't know. I might not use that. But come on.
Whoever was behind all this, how do you think they should be held accountable now?
Just what I wrote, what I read just now, Revelation 13, chapter 10th verse. That's how they should be handled. That's sad. That's sad, right? It's fair, it's tight, but it's right. A lot of them, when you saw that congregation of white people holding hands, praising God like they was in the church, they were only just imagine this now. They were only doing that because they believed Jesus Christ was white. Dang. Well, are they going to do that? Because even black people did that when we thought Jesus Christ was white. Holding hands, praising God in the church, spewing, throwing up, falling out, passing out, going through convulsions and all of that over a white Jesus. Yes, we did. But you saw them white people holding hands like that in solidarity, praising like they in a big mega church like Smiling Joel Osteen church or a huge Catholic church. Once again, we're attacking anti-Semitism. Come on.
In the comments section, let us know how you feel about Jesus being black. Do you want to watch more videos like this one?
All right, let's move on. Let's move on. I got some more to go. I've spent, but I had to go there. I had to go there. Let's go to my girl real quick. Because this girl is the one who prompted me to even do this. This girl on Instagram, Diamond Waymer. I'll be seeing her on Blanchett's page a lot, commenting and stuff. They might be good friends, I don't know, but this is a very beautiful woman. And it's so refreshing to see black beautiful women um, subscribing to being believers of Jesus Christ and believers of God, because so many of our women, they're being targeted at the same time by these so-called content creators, but these are the women that need to be highlighted, man. The ones that be these believers in God. Now I'm gonna go to this one that says Yeshua Talk, and this is what prompted me to do this video. Come on. Wait.
Hope everyone's having a beautiful day. Even non-believers are encountering what happened in Genesis 6. And a lot of believers, I believe the church has a very anthropocentric view of humanity and the history. What's up, guys? How are we doing today? I hope everyone's having a beautiful start. So, guys, speaking of galactic politics, I was watching this podcast on the Sean Ryan show, and he had a guest on by the name of Billy Carson. And this guest, the Bible tells us that the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. You see, it is such a very, very conniving trap, because the world and Satan tells you that you have to travel, so the Holy Spirit will drop little nuggets in your spirit. Bing! And he dropped this one in my spirit about how Jesus went to go visit. And one last thing before I dip out. Know that God's character.
Wait.
What's up, everybody? We have to talk about this whole Christ is King controversy.
This is where I'm getting at. Yes, Jesus is Lord of all, and Jesus is King. This is where I'm tackling right here. This Christ is King or Jesus is King controversy, okay? This is it. Okay, let's go.
And how what's up, everybody? We have to talk about this whole Christ is King controversy and how I've been massaging it out with the Holy Spirit. And just follow me for a little bit down this rabbit hole, and maybe we can come to the same conclusion. If not, I would love to hear you guys' thoughts. So here we go. Okay, Candace Owens likes a post. Okay, she gets fired, right? She gets fired from the Daily Wire, or maybe her contract ended. We don't even know yet. All I know is homegirl is mighty suspicious, because after she gets fired, laid off, quit, or her contract expired, she comes around and asks and begging for money. That's weird. Anyway, so
wait a minute. Stop right there, Diamond. This is what girl, I love what you just said. Because your friend, we'll deal with him later. I think he's a supporter of this one, Candace Owens. I, for one, am not. You know what I'm saying? And I'm so glad. It is so refreshing to hear you say that, even though I know you friends with the other guy. But you know what I'm saying? It's so refreshing to hear you say that about Candace Owens. And watching her closely the way you do, because we know that she got fired and all that stuff from whatever, that Daily Wire, whatever it is, and she was cool when she was talking about black people, but when she started talking about them Jewish people, that's when they showed up and let her know what who's really in power over there. But the fact that you said that, like, it was weird when she got let go, she started begging for money. That's weird. Come on, girl. You making me very, very, very proud and very happy. And you fine as a mug. Come on.
She gets fired. Okay, the next day or so, she likes to tweet that says, so, hey, y'all, let me try to...
Wait.
What's up, everybody? We have to talk about this whole Christ is King controversy and how I've been massaging it out with the Holy Spirit. And just follow me for a little bit down this rabbit hole, and maybe we can come to the same conclusion. If not, I would love to hear you guys' thoughts. So here we go. Okay, Candace Owens likes a post. Okay, she gets fired, right? She gets fired from the Daily Wire, or maybe her contract ended. We don't even know yet. All I know is homegirl is mighty suspicious, because after she gets fired, laid off, quit, or her contract expired, she comes around and asks and begging for money. That's weird. Anyway, so she gets fired. Okay, the next day or so, she likes to tweet that says, Christ is King. On the surface, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because as Christians, we believe, and the truth is, Christ is King. His kingdom is not of this world. His kingdom is of heaven. So we know Christ is King. It is a factual statement to say that Christ is King. But it's not, it's a double entendre.
Ooh, come on, Diamond. Girl, Man, I love a woman with great discernment. This is off the chain. This is good. She called it a double entendre. That's exactly what we're going to get into. Come on, Diamond. Now we getting into it. Come on.
It's because they're trying to use it as... So the tweet was put out by Nick Fuentes. They're trying to use this vernacular as a double entendre as a verbal assault to Jews, right? And so Nick Fuentes, you guys, I'm sorry, my Spanish speaker is sorry, Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, Fuentes. Good job.
Who is a very controversial character. Hey, y'all, let me try to... So I am by no means taking... Hey, y'all, let me try to lay the groundwork here. So I am by no... Hey, y'all, let me try to lay the groundwork. So the tweet was put out by Nick Fuentes. They're trying to use this vernacular as a double entendre as a verbal assault to Jews, right? And so Nick Fuentes, you guys, I'm sorry, my Spanish speaker is sorry, Nick Fuentes, who is a very controversial character. We can go into him another day, but I believe he is a CIA plant. I think he was implanted by the system because he is so controversial, but his origins are very questionable. I think he is not an organic person that people are following. He was given his platform anyway. And so he says this Christ is King, and he's been having this rhetoric for a long time. This is not the first time I've heard this whole vernacular, but it's becoming popular now because of the pressure around people to not say or do anything anti-Semitic, right? And so they're saying that to say, hey, y'all, let me try to lay the groundwork here. There's a tweet by this questionable character. He's been saying this rhetoric for quite some time. Okay, Candace Owens likes to tweet. Who also likes to tweet because these characters are very important. They're goofy as F, but they're very important to mention here.
Man, Diamond, where your hand at so I can give you a high five? Her discernment, her level of discernment, man, is unprecedented, man. It's up there, man. Oh my God, man. It's heavenly like. Oh yeah, the Most High is dealing with her. I don't know if she's aware of who she is, her bloodline or where she comes from, being a daughter of Zion, you know what I mean? But her attributes are screaming, daughter of Zion, without her even knowing it. But even regardless of that, she believes in the Most High. She believes in Jesus Christ, but she pronounces his name in Hebrew, which is no problem either. You know what I mean? Yeshua, you know what I'm saying? So she prefers Yeshua or Yeshua, which is cool. There's no problem with that. But there is no problem with Jesus because that's just the modern language. But listen to her discernment, man. I am so impressed by her discernment and her awareness, man. And the vernacular that they're using, Christ is King, is a double entendre, and Miss Slick, Candace Owens, the CEO of the black community, you know what I'm saying? Likes this tweet due to her little beef with the so-called Jewish people, you know what I mean? And now this vernacular is being popularized as a weapon or a tool of assault Jewish people, knowing that because they don't believe in the divinity or whatever of Jesus Christ. They don't believe in Jesus Christ, and actually through their beliefs they have some very, very, very harsh things to say about him. But we'll get into that much later. But she called these characters, which they are, they seem like they're interested, they're systematically planted or plants of the government or the of this system. That's what all of them are, in my opinion. But come on, Diamond.
Andrew Tate likes to tweet. You guys know Andrew Tate used to be Christian. He converted to Muslim now. He says he didn't like Christianity because everyone was getting stepped over and whatever. Okay, goofy. Also, who likes to tweet are...
She called him a goofy.
Tweets it is... So the tweet was put out by Nick Fuentes. What's up? So the tweet was put out by Nick Fuentes. They're trying to use this...
She called him a goofy and say they are goofy as F. And we know what as F mean. as fornication under consent of the king. Yeah, goofy. These listen to these characters that they put before us: Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Sneako, Andrew Tate. These are the individuals that they allow these huge and big, massive platforms. But my main focus is Candace Owens, the Candace Owens Christ is King controversy. You know what I mean? I might title it that because I have bones to pick with her and homeboy that's Diamond's friend that be supportive of her. Come on.
Vernacular as a double entendre as a verbal assault to Jews, right? And so Nick Fuentes, you guys, I'm sorry, my Spanish speaker is sorry, Nick Fuentes, who is a very controversial character. We can go into him another day, but I believe he is a CIA plant. I think he was implanted by the system because he is so controversial, but his origins are very questionable. I think he is not an organic person that people are following. He was given his platform anyway, and so he says this Christ is King, and he's been having this rhetoric for a long time. This is not the first time I've heard this whole vernacular, but it's becoming popular now because of the pressure around people to not say or do anything anti-Semitic, right? And so
the pressure of people to not do anything anti-Semitic. Why? These people are immense in power of finance, your media. They are in control of all of that. They were able to garner the opinions of and the power to cancel you if they deem you anti-Semitic. You know what I'm saying? So people are afraid to be anti-Semitic, right? They're afraid to say anything that's anti-Semitic because, hey, man, they could cut your lifeline off, man. You got a business, you got anything you're doing, a platform, whatever, you can get canceled. Ask Kanye West. Ask Candace Owens. You know what I mean? Who recently, we believe that they done kicked her out of heaven and made her down and kicked her out here with the rest of us commoners and poor people, and kicked her out of that huge platform arena where she was smiling and able to talk about black people like they wasn't nothing. Yeah, come on.
We're saying that to say, hey, y'all, let me
wait.
So the tweet was put out by Nick Fuentes. They're trying to use this vernacular as a double entendre as a verbal assault to Jews, right? And so Nick Fuentes, you guys, I'm sorry, my Spanish speaker is sorry, Nick Fuentes, who is a very controversial character. We can go into him another day, but I believe he is a CIA plant. I think he was implanted by the system because he is so controversial, but his origins are very questionable. I think he is not an organic person that people are following. He was given his platform anyway, and so he says this Christ is King, and he's been having this rhetoric for a long time. This is not the first time I've heard this whole vernacular, but it's becoming popular now because of the pressure around people to not say or do anything anti-Semitic, right? And so they're saying that to say, hey, y'all, let me try to lay the groundwork here. There's a tweet by this questionable character. He's been saying this rhetoric for quite some time. Okay, Candace Owens likes to tweet. Who also likes to tweet because these characters are very important. They're goofy as F, but they're very important to mention here. Andrew Tate likes to tweet. You guys know Andrew Tate used to be Christian. He converted to Muslim now. He says he didn't like Christianity because everyone was getting stepped over and whatever. Okay, goofy. Also, who likes to tweet or retweets it is Sneako. Sneako is also a fake goofy Muslim who is goofy. Like, I don't know why people even put these people on a platform. These people are goofy. Anyway, so these two people like to tweet as well. And so now they're trying to accuse Candace Owens of even more. You know, not only did she get fired for being anti-Semitic or let go her contract or expired for being anti-Semitic, she also is now engaging in even more anti-Semitism because she likes a tweet that says Christ is King. Bear with me. So I am by no means taking up for Candace Owens. She's done some questionable things, include when we need her to speak the most, because she always running her mouth, she's silent, and that's a red flag. And she's on a hiatus now, when she should be in front of the camera telling us what's happening, why she got fired. But that's for another day. It's real questionable. I don't follow none of these people. I follow the Holy Spirit and the promptings of the Holy Spirit. So the point that I'm making here is that now you have a situation created by a bunch of goofy people, and so they're taking this whole Christ is King rhetoric and they're trying to use it as a double entendre to say, well, yeah, it's what the Christians believe, but it's also anti-Semitic vernacular, and so our statement, right? And so you have to look at what Ron DeSantis, I think it was Kristi Noem and Donald Trump did. They all three signed anti-Semitic hate speech laws.
Whoa, I didn't know Trump did that. See, like I used to tell my friends and them that was asking if Trump was racist, and seemed like they were supporters of Biden. And I said, listen, man, I agree with a lot of the policies of Trump and all, but let me tell you something, man. Jesus Christ ain't in office. I'm not voting for neither one. I don't trust no politician. Why? Because I know that they are not elected, but they are selected. I've known that for I don't know how many years. You're not electing neither one of them. And I told them, even back then, they was arguing me down like I was a Trump supporter. I told them straight up and down, I don't trust no politician. Hey, I believe in the Bible. When Moses went to Pharaoh, he was saying, let my people go. We are based on the tenets of separation, not inclusion or not integration. That's why I love Malcolm X so much, and Elijah Muhammad, was taught Malcolm X at least this principle, the principle of separation, where we was going to make an exodus, come out from amongst them, be ye separate. You know what I mean? Come out of her, my people. Revelation 18th chapter. We are not to cast our lots or cast our votes for neither one of these devils. You know what I mean? And I'm just calling it like it is, man. I don't trust no politician, even though I know Trump is not a career politician. He's a businessman. But hey, no, he's doing the will of the people that put him in office. Both of them. They're being controlled by the elite powers that are behind them anyway. And though Trump may very well be an anomaly, but it matters not. No. Our program is an Exodus program. We need an exit strategy. Black people are the children of Israel, enslaved in modern day Egypt and modern day Sodom. Fit for the wrath of God and the destruction, because you enslaved the wrong people. Okay? And these characters are goofy. Candace Owens, Andrew Tate, Sneako, Nick Fuentes, all these clowns that are being put before us, and all the clowns that support them. Like they're her friend, you know what I'm saying, that be supporting them. And I know you support them because I asked you, do you support them? But we'll get to that later. But no, look what Trump did. Put out these anti-Semitism hate speech. When the reason why I showed you those videos prior to me getting to her, who prompted me to do this, go down this path, is because we wanted to find out who is Semitic and who is not. And now you're beginning to find out that at least you know who else is Semitic. Black people come from the line of Shem, which is the children of Israel, all the way down to Abraham, from Shem all the way to Peleg, all the way down to Terah, which is the father of Abraham. All of their Shemitic people, children of Shem. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And then Jacob has the 12 tribes of Israel. Reuben, Issachar, Dan, Benjamin, Joseph, Manasseh, Ephraim, Judah, Simeon, Asher, all of them. Zebulon, all of them. You know what I mean? Naphtali. So these are the children of Israel. We're not going for it. So we know who they are, the real Shemites, the Semites. And according to Vladimir Putin and the Bible and historical records, they're all black. So if these are the people, how can black people be anti-Semitic when they are Semitic? But who are these people claiming to be Semitic? Are they really from the tribe of Shem? Are they really from the children of Shem, I should say? Are they Israelites? Or do these so-called Jewish-ish people, are they from the tribe of Judah? No, because we seen Christ, he who is from the tribe of Judah. So we now know who they are not. Later on, we're going to get into who they are. Come on, Diamond.
Ron DeSantis even flew to Israel and signed these hate speech laws. Okay, this is very important. I think this is setting the stage for the Antichrist because you have to understand that we are speaking beings. Us as humans, we're speaking beings. We have to speak the truth. Like I said, I think I said in the other slide that remember when everyone was like, oh, silence is violence? That was because it's so spiritual. When you speak the truth, we are speaking beings. We have to say true things. And they wanted you to say false things because they're the kingdom of darkness. They wanted you to say their names and say all this stuff because they know they're communists. And all Satan does is imitate. So he cannot create, he imitates. So he takes what is of God. And what did God do? God spoke it into existence. Okay, we are speaking beings. We are made in the image of God. And so this whole thing is setting up the foundation for the Antichrist. Christians will be persecuted. It's almost going to be illegal for us to start saying that Christ is our king. And like I said, they're using it as a double entendre so that we as Christians cannot verbally say that Christ is Lord. See, this is why it's so important for Christians that we have to understand biblical prophecy. We have to understand what is happening in the spiritual realm right now. I don't even think a lot of people understand what's going on with the red heifers and how Israel has the red heifers over there. They're building they already have the altar built as well. They're building the temple. They're rebuilding the temple. Hamas attacked for a deeper reason than they attacked for very spiritual reasons. Okay, people think it was political. Paul said it, and I'm gonna keep saying it. Paul said we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness and spiritual principalities and wickedness in high places. Christians, y'all gotta understand where we at biblically. We are so close. Like, I am so excited to live in this time because we know that we may very well likely see Jesus return in our lifetime. Whew! Do y'all understand? So it is so important to understand as well. Ron DeSantis flies to Israel to sign into law. In Florida law, there's at least 12 things that are deemed anti-Semitic and hate speech against Jews. Y'all, do you understand that they're setting the stage for the Antichrist? When the Jews are building their altar for sacrifice to cleanse the temple that they need to rebuild, that they feel that they need to rebuild, right? Y'all, a red heifer hasn't been seen in over 2,000 years. They are building the altar. They are getting ready for what they deem their Messiah, which will be the Antichrist.
Let me stop for a second and put some paint where it ain't and say what most can't and inform my sister Diamond. She's a candidate to be open-minded for the clear and unadulterated truth. What she needs. This is something she can put in her arsenal, and it's going to be the biggest piece in her arsenal, and so she could be equipped with this ammunition, with this information. Absolutely, it's going to cause her to elevate even further, because she's a great candidate to be a very spiritual power in this earth concerning this last days revelation going on. Sister, yes, I understand you have the Christian faith and stuff like that, but it's more deeper than that from people that look like me and you. And for our lineage being Negroes, baby, you are an Israelite from the tribe of Judah. That reigns deeper than just being a Christian. That believes and follows the tenets of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, whom we are related to. You need to know that, because you're thinking that Christians are going to be under persecution when God's people are already under persecution due to this Christ is King. Because Christ is a black man. You need to know that. You're waiting for this persecution. And yes, that is absolutely, definitely coming on Christians, or those who profess that Christ is their King, and those that profess that Christ is their Lord, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and that these people are legislating and trying to control of what we say, because they are clearly the enemies of the cross of Christ. But you need to know the truth and be made free of certain tenets of the Eurocentric version of what they call Christianity. You need to be liberated from that. And the only way you can be liberated from that is through the truth. John 8:32. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free, sister. And you'll be liberated. And then you'll really know that, yes, we, the children of God, are already under persecution, under the Antichrist system. And these Antichrist people who are ushering in the Antichrist, the image of the beast, which is this system. And I believe he has already been revealed and shown. But back in 2008 with the abomination, you know what I'm saying? If you get what I'm saying. That's who I believe that they're making way for. And if it is another individual, it would be just like that abomination. You know what I mean? But I think it's him. But anyway, sister, you need to know that. You need to know that you are the daughter of Zion. Yes, you are Israelite by blood. You are a child of Judah. You are a daughter of Judah. You are the real Jew. You need to know that. And there's certain paganistic holidays that's been saturated in that religion called Christianity. No, you're the remnant of Christ's kingdom. You belong to Jesus Christ, not only through your faith and love, but by blood, baby. Don't you see our people being destroyed by this system that your friend said that's not occurring? You know what I mean? We already under persecution. We already been under the New World Order. We already are the targets of the Illuminati. We already are the public enemy number one. While others are saying black men are not a threat, I beg to differ, because black men's kingdom is not of this world. It's not of this world. Why? They're the children of Israel. They are the tribe of Judah. Real Jews by blood. Then I showed you Vladimir Putin for a reason, so we could put this anti-Semitism and find out what that really means and why they're legislating hate and lies against these so-called Jewish people. Don't you know what ISH means? ISH means to pertain to. Just like if you're grown and you're behaving like a child, and someone will call you childish. Though you're not a child, you're behaving like one. These people are professing to behave like the Jews when they really don't. But they profess to behave and believe in the same God as the Jews. The real Jews, the black people. That's why they know who they are. They call themselves Jewish. That's exactly what ish means. So sister, I hope this video finds you well, because you are on the great path of discovery, even more so, because your discernment is on the most highest level that I've ever seen in a woman. Besides with some of the women I talk to, Yeah, you up there. And you can see past Candace Owens and Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes and Sneako. I could see well past them. But sister, you need to be armed with this information. That'll put you put you on the launching pad and accelerate you to a higher destination. Because I see you said, "Whoa, we're on the return of Christ." When the Bible said, "Woe unto them that seek the day of the Lord," because what does that mean for you? That day is darkness. You wouldn't have said that had you known. Christ ain't coming here to play. That ain't no celebratory time. That day is of darkness, complete horror, 1,000,000 Freddy Kruegers, 1,000,000,000 Jason Voorheeses. You know what I mean? Couldn't compare to that day. Horror beyond horror. Couldn't compare to that day. You have to understand, sister. And you are right. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Shout out to you, sister, because you're the reason why I'm doing this video. Come on.
No, I'm saying all this because I hope it is so important to understand as well. Ron DeSantis flies to Israel to sign into law. In Florida law, there's at least 12 things that are deemed anti-Semitic and hate speech against Jews. Y'all, do you understand that they're setting the stage for the Antichrist? When the Jews are building their altar for a sacrifice to cleanse the temple that they need to rebuild, that they feel that they need to rebuild, right? Y'all, a red heifer hasn't been seen in over 2,000 years. They are building the altar. They are getting ready for what they deem their Messiah, which will be the Antichrist. Halfway into his reign, he's going to flip on them, okay? He's going to become the most evil. Y'all remember the praise that Obama got?
See that? I'm telling you, she's a candidate to be a hearer and doer of the truth. Absolutely. She just pointed out. Y'all remember the praise that Obama got? Oh yeah, it's gonna be just like that. And what do you mean it's gonna be? It was like that. The world worshipped him. See, that's what I'm talking about. But if it is someone other than him, which I don't, But anyway, yeah, it would be just like that. Come on.
Imagine the whole world coming together and praising one man. That's not even a full man. He's half. I'm saying all this because I hope it points you back to the love, the mercy, the kindness. And guys, I'm saying all this because I hope it points you back to the love, the mercy, the kindness of our Abba Daddy, of Yahweh, because God is so good. And every breath that you breathe comes from the Lord. You think your lungs is doing that work? Nah. They taking direction from the Lord. Your cells in your body are taking direct. God gives you every breath you breathe. This is how much you need him. Focus on him. Don't focus on the times that we're living in. Understand the times, but don't idolize the times. Idolize Jesus. That's because it's not idolization. It is worship and praise, and it is honor, respect, and reverence. Reverence. God demands that you revere him because he is God. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, I'm not going to refute too much of what she's saying, but let me just once again put some paint where it ain't and say what most can't say. Listen, man, Jesus Christ is not God. He is the Son of God. God the Father is Yahweh. He is the Father. I know what you mean by that, sister, and I also know what you've been taught, and I don't really have too much of a problem with it, but I do have to bring some clarity to the situation. For the prosperity of the listeners, I have to bring some clarity, show some charity. Sorry, Sympathy P. That was just saying. But as we have to bring some clarity to the situation for the prosperity and edification of the listener. Jesus Christ is the Son of the Most High, the only begotten Son of the Most High, and the Most High God, which is Yahweh the Father, the Abba, you know what I mean, the great I am, you know what I mean. And yes, we are to not idolize him. We are to follow him and allow him to be We cannot see the Father unless we go through Jesus Christ. Just like what he did on the cross, that's what we must do in our own mortal bodies. Mortify the deeds of the flesh, crucify the deeds of the flesh, be resurrected, let Christ be resurrected, the one be within you. You know what I mean? That way we could become one with the Father, we could become one with Christ, one with the Holy Spirit, and all of us will be of one mind, one doctrine, one faith, one love to everybody. You know what I'm saying? One love. Thank you very much, sister. This was very good. Come on.
But he is so good and he loves us so much. So everything I say, y'all, and guys,
When I say something like,
regarding understanding y'all, I'm saying all this because I hope it points you back to the love, the mercy, the kindness of our Abba Daddy, of Yahweh, because God is so good. And every breath that you breathe comes from the Lord. You think your lungs is doing that work? No. They taking direction from the Lord. Your cells in your body are taking direct. God gives you every breath you breathe. This is how much you need him. Focus on him. Don't focus on the times that we're living in. Understand the times, but don't idolize the times. Idolize Jesus. That's because it's not idolization. It is worship and praise, and it is honor, respect, and reverence. Reverence. God demands that you revere him because he is God. I don't know how else to say it. But he is so good and he loves us so much. So everything I say, y'all, I hope it resonates with you. Focus on the Lord. Don't even focus on the Antichrist, this one, that one, the other one, the Lord. And guys, regarding understanding the times, God is a just God. He will not allow the injustice in the music industry to go. God is going to get the music industry because they all sold out and they all satanic. So you think he's just going to let that slide? You think our just God, he's a sovereign God. He's an omnipotent God. You really think he's going to let that slide? All the demonic things they've been doing? Jay-Z, your time is up. Beyonce, your time is up. P. Diddy, your time is up. T.D. Jakes, your time is up, because all of this is connected. I told you guys, they pray over the music demonically. They're praying to Moloch and Baal. They praying to all these evil demonic entities. This is why you need to close your ears when you hear this stuff, because they are casting spells over you. You wonder why your life is turned inside out, upside down. You got demonic spells over you. You need to go break those chains. Repent, turn to the Lord, and say, God, forgive me. I know not what I did. Now you know.
when I say something like Christ is King, which you sent me a message about. When I say something like Christ is King, which you sent me a message about, I think you sent me a message correcting that. Yeah. I see that as like something provocative that can draw attention, that gets people talking, and then hopefully those people that are speaking about it, they get to funnel in, they get to see what we're really speaking about.
So here we have some more goofy behavior. You guys saw the interaction that I had with one of James Menzies' followers. She said that, or he, whoever it is, they said that, oh, atheists are known to be statistically smarter than religious people. Yeah, and I said, yeah, not smart enough to comprehend the true living God, Yeshua. Yeah, okay. Checkmate, bitch. Like, you didn't realize that one. You're Christians, okay? You may not have to fight right now, but understand you're in a spiritual war. You're in a spiritual battle.
All right, that's enough. Thank you, sister, because look, straight up, shout out to the sister Diamond Weymouth. Y'all go check her out, man. She's very good. She's definitely a candidate, definitely a warrior princess, you know what I mean, for Christ, definitely. But I just had to let her know that she's one of the daughters of Zion. She's an Israelite woman. Yeah, absolutely. And you're beautiful, very beautiful woman, very fine. I like you. You're very beautiful. Absolutely. So, yeah, So, yeah. But let's go on to something but this topic is Christ is King controversy. Now, let's go. I want to cover something that I saw earlier.
From my understanding.
Wait. What did I see earlier? Where Angela Stanton King talking about this Candace Owens, because we're going to get into Candace too. Candace behind. Hold on. Don't do that. Hold on. Where's she at? I really shouldn't highlight this dude, but hold on. I can't believe I didn't save that. I should have saved that. Oh, hold up. All right, maybe this is it. Dang, she had a live on here earlier. Dang, where was it? Oh man, maybe it ain't there no more.
What's up, everybody? This is one of
Wait. Dang, I thought I saved it, but I didn't. Oh my God. I could have swore I saved it. Oh, there it is.
Okay, everybody, come on. This one right here.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, come on. This one right here.
I'm gonna take it to where she starts talking about Candace Owens. That's because she's the main focus of this whole thing. Come on.
There should be somebody that has real influence, right? I have to happen to be somebody that's respected. Oh, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump. And then if I ask for a tweet or support for Auntie Angie's house, I can't get it. But if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I can get all the support in the world. If I'm Candace.
Check this out. She was, complaining about the gatekeepers that are around Trump. Because, if y'all know Angela Stanton King's position, she, in her history and background, she was an avid Trump supporter. And I supported her, you know what I'm saying? And she opened up Auntie Angie's house because she's pro-life, you know what I'm saying? And she was, campaigning with Trump and all that for free. Now, she was doing all this, you know what I mean? And so she's reaching out to these handlers, these black gatekeepers, from Donald Trump, you know what I mean? Trying to get support for Auntie Angie's house. They go to a Chick-fil-A 2 blocks over from where her establishment is, Angie's house, which is helping black mothers what to do, black single mothers after they have the child instead of aborting the babies. And so this is her contribution to the community. Shout out to Angela Stanton King. I respect her and I like her, and definitely support her. Yeah, absolutely. So this is addressed to these gatekeepers that are keeping Trump from acknowledging her establishment that was 2 blocks over from where they went into that hood Chick-fil-A in the West End down there in Atlanta, Georgia, near Bankhead and all of that, you know what I mean, in the West End. I lived in Georgia on and off about 10 to 15 years, you know what I mean, and planning on going back soon, but listen to what she says about your girl, though.
Owens talking about how George Floyd and the do, right? Okay. I'm trying to do for black women and children what the Democrats are doing for the illegal immigrants crossing the border, okay? What do y'all want me to do? What do y'all want me to do? So I'm supposed to turn on a job that is providing support for a service that is needed in our community because Trump them don't want to hire me. What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to go around and just campaign? Oh, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump. And then if I ask for a tweet or support for Auntie Angie's house, I can't get it. But if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I can get all the support in the world. If I'm Candace Owens talking about how George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and all them wasn't shit and deserve to die, I can get all the money in the world. But because I'm not talking about black people are dumb, black people are stupid, black people are undeserving, but because I'm lifting black people up, elevating black people, because I am saying that black women deserve support, black women and children deserve more than abortion, I'm the enemy.
Did y'all hear that? Now look, this is why Diamond Waymer said this about Candace Owens. Well, she got so-called let go or her contract expired or fired or whatever, that she's silent on what really transpired in that whole mission, and why she's liking the tweets of Crisis King as a vindictive vernacular or catchphrase to lead us into something being deemed anti-Semitic. But when she was fine. She was fine as May wine when she was able to talk about George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, like they wasn't ish, like what Angela just said. She was cool. Her platform was untouched, unscathed. It had nothing to do. Her contract that wasn't inspired then. It was cool for her to talk about us. You know what I mean? Like we wasn't nothing. And not only top of that, she added on like we deserve to die. I'm not saying Candace said we deserve to die, but she did kind of leave it out there. You know what I mean? And one thing about Candace is slick. Now, first of all, the Most High, right? Candace is an Israelite woman, just like Diamond Waymer is, and just like Angela Stanton King is, whether they know it or not. I know it. You know what I mean? And the Lord knows it. Okay? So, Candace Owens is married to a white man. That's the effect of that white image of Jesus, right? That's what the effect would give her mindset. She even used to date Asians before she dated white men, but she ain't gonna date no black man and marry no black man or sire any children from him or hold his babies. Nah, she went to a complete the nation of her oppressor. Now let me tell you why that is a non-cipher. You know what I mean? The clouds come down. It's coming down on her. And clouds below is going to be swept on from the people that she, dissed, which look like her, by doing that alone. You know what I'm saying? Now, the Most High forbade the children of Israel to marry and make intermarriages with those people of other nationalities or other nations. You know what I mean? He forbade us, but he had a reason for that. The reason why he did not allow us to marry women from other nationalities, or what they call in modern terms, other races or interracial marriages. Even though I don't believe in that word race, I'd say nationality or ethnicities. We were prohibited to doing that. Why? Because we weren't allowed to do that because they would cause us to worship other gods. And look what it made Candace do. Candace, I'm quite sure, she says she's team God, not team, black people or white people. She's team God, but her God is white, as long as her, and as well as her husband and her children. She's not allowed, biblically illegal. She's biblically illegal. Now, in the case of Moses and kings and David, and God knows the hearts of said individuals, that black men that marry women outside of their race, it would seem would be permissible by God himself. If they following this woman and following the gods and the custom and practices of that woman's upbringing and serving her gods over the God of his forefathers, he is not to mess with her at all. But if she seems fit to follow his God, honor the God of his forefathers, and forsake her gods and the gods of her forefathers, I've seen that occur with Moses, David. Solomon had so many strange wives, he lost the kingdom because of that. But yeah, I've seen it be permissible. You know what I mean? But it has to be under those tenets where under those conditions. If she's willing to forsake white Jesus, say you marry a white woman, and she's willing to forsake white Jesus and worship the true Christ of the Bible, you know what I mean, who is black, and subscribe to that, the Most High may, I'm not saying he will or won't, but he might. That's why I said may. Give you a permission slip to create a union and marry that woman if she indeed follow your God. But if you following hers, you know what I mean, and that regular doctrine of Christianity, oh yeah, he ain't with that. You need to stay away from her, because she's going to turn your heart away from your God, and by doing so, you turn your heart away from your Messiah or your King, and by doing so, that you turn your heart and away from your people. The reason why Candace Owens felt like she wants to talk about black people and stuff like that, because it's within her innate, because you are black. You are an Israelite woman, so you have to talk about us. We're the ultimate definition of that which is important. We are the ones that we are the ones that are influence the world, right? But the way you was talking about us, you would put out some truths and things like that, but hey, we could see past what you were really doing. You had a lot of talking points of your husband's ancestors. You know what I'm saying? And white people will call you new woke people. You know, the woke woke United Methodists. We know you're the woke missionary Baptist church. That's what we call y'all. You know what I mean? And Candace Owens, though she would say some true stuff and true things that are real, and being conservative, and the tenets of being conservative, meaning you're conserving the ideals and laws of the Bible or the laws of God, put it like that. And but I can read in between the lines of what God you're talking about, and why you're doing what you're doing. Y'all forgot when her and Kanye West put on that White Lives Matter shirt? Y'all forgot about that? And I know they were going against BLM. We don't advocate BLM either, Black Lives Matter either, because they're controlled by communists and George Soros and them. But you try to play that game to go against them, but we know where your heart really lied with when you really did that. You and Kanye West. Kanye was married to Kim Kardashian, who is a white woman, and got children by her. You married to a white man and got white babies. Your babies are not mixed, they're white, baby. You know what I'm saying? So I understand the difference. And you hear what Angie just said? Let's hear her say it again.
Huh? What is this blind allegiance that you all want me to have illegal immigrants crossing the border? Okay? What do y'all want me to do? What do y'all want me to do? So I'm supposed to turn on a job that is providing support for a service that is needed in our community? Because Trump them don't want to hire me. What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to go around and just campaign? Oh, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump. And then if I ask for a tweet or support for Auntie Angie's house, I can't get it. But if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I can get all the support in the world. If I'm Candace Owens talking about how George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and all them wasn't shit and deserved to die, I can get all the money in the world. But because I'm not talking about black people are dumb, black people are stupid, black people are undeserving, but because I'm lifting black people up, elevating black people,
wait, because you're not talking about.
I am saying.
Wait, Angie, because you're not talking about black people that are they are what? Hold on.
That black woman or a tweet or support for Auntie Angie's house, I can't get it. But if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I can get all the support in the world. If I'm Candace Owens talking about how George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and all them wasn't shit and deserved to die, I can get all the money in the world. But because I'm not talking about black people are dumb, black people are stupid, black people are undeserving, but because...
Did y'all hear that? Because she's not talking about black people are stupid and dumb and undeserving. Hey, this is a shot to Diamond Wayman's friend that is on a campaign run 24/7, all day, every day. It's similar to Candace Owens. But saying and highlighting the fact that black people are dumb, they weak, they stupid, they ain't never accomplished nothing in their life, they ain't never gonna accomplish nothing. Yet these are the people that the Most High has chosen. Oh, they're not even the chosen people. They're not nothing. This is a black man that's doing this. And it's Diamond's friend. You know, the girl that I just showed you, talking about Andrew Tate, Sneako, Nick Fuentes, and here we are at Candace Owens. Yeah, her friend. Every day, all day, 24/7. Same as Candace Owens. Pointing out some significant truths about going against the Democratic Party and these liberals and things like that, which is absolutely true. But they mix it in, they mixing it to fix it. They got what I like to call these blended messages and their disdain for black people. And yes, some of our people are wayward and out of pocket, and we ain't talking about just them. We talking about how they making a platform of that rhetoric of how we're nothing. And the black man is weak every day. No matter what we do, we're weak, we're nothing. It's a blended message. They're mixing in dookie with the truth, you know what I'm saying? And giving you a shit burger, so making you eat it. No, we're not buying that. I don't know where they got that perspective from, where homie got that perspective from, but he next. I'm gonna get him too. That's Diamond friend, but look, it was all good when Candace, her platform was untouched. You know, now she begging for money. That's why I like what Diamond said. Like, that's kind of weird, and she ain't rocking with her. But homeboy rocked with her when when she wore that White Lives Matter shirt alongside Kanye West. Yes, he did. But let her say that one more again.
I'm lifting black people up for a service that is needed in our community. Because Trump them don't want to hire me. What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to go around and just campaign? Oh, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump. And then if I ask for a tweet or support from Auntie Angie's house, I can't get it. But if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I can get all the support in the world. If I'm Candace Owens talking about how George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and all them wasn't shit and deserved to die, I can get all the money in the world. But because I'm not talking about black people are dumb, black people are stupid, black people are undeserving, but because I'm lifting black people up, elevating black people, because I am saying that black women deserve support, but black women and children deserve more than abortion, I'm the enemy.
See, and you know what, black people, now, yeah, let me come through like Samuel with the sword and start cutting y'all, and let me take my belt off, you know what I'm saying, and come out from the back room and do some straightening. Yeah, see, this is what them other people be doing, like Candace Owens and Mr. Bleach. They be doing this too. They be coming out on the doing as if they're doing some straightening, but nah, they doing some hating. But I'm doing some straightening. I'm here for correction, reproof, and rebuking y'all. Y'all always turning against people that are for you. Y'all always slaughtering the prophets sent to you. Christ desired to gather us. You know what I mean? Like a hen gather his chicks, but no, we keep slaying the prophets. We keep slaying the people that is God, the Most High, sent to us. Like Angie, now she the enemy because she's helping out and having to take a job from Bobby Kennedy, one of them Kennedys, who I think is a Democratic and is a pro-choice activist or whatever, but nonetheless is actually putting forth an effort to help her, even though she's pro-life, and offering her a job where the Trump administration, them gatekeepers, not saying Trump himself, because if Trump knew, he probably would have gave her a job, put some money in her pocket or whatever, because he the one that pardoned her. But no, you got so black, and these people, from what I'm hearing, are black, are gatekeeping, keeping this child, this girl with this organization, this Auntie Angie's house, providing a single black lady a place to stay with their children to keep them from aborting their babies by the millions. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Y'all always slandering. She's the enemy now because she had to take a job with Bobby. Y'all don't have enough discernment to know that this woman need money and need support. She had to have a job to support it. So just because y'all Republicans, y'all y'all blacks Republicans and conservatives and white Republicans went bankrupt because she went on to the other party and because y'all wasn't help. Anyway, this really ain't about that. It is, but it ain't. It's about what she said about Candace Owens. When Candace Owens up there talking about Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and all the other black people that got slaughtered and maimed, and yeah. And though I know why they put it on television to incite us, and because we are racially motivated through our emotions, they did that. I know why they did that. Yeah, they did that to stimulate our emotions, to get us to react, emotionally react, instead of intellectually or mentally respond. They wanted us to control us like puppets and using the strings to pull us via our emotions by the subjects of racism. They slick with this, man. These people are in power. They are slick. They are white and they are slick. Not just white people, but I'm talking about these white people of the elite. Right? Now, I wanted her to highlight Candace Owens because we're going to get into her a little bit later. But right now, I want to deal with something real quick. I'm still on anti-Semitism, right? Let's deal with it. Since we found out that we are the true Semitic people, we are the true Israelite people, we are the true Hebrews, we are the real Jews. How can we be anti-Semitic? That is impossible. Though they down there writing laws in Florida, like Diamond Wayman said, 12 whatever they ain't even laws, they're policies that they writing and deeming this and that as anti-Semitic. Now, if we are Semitic, if the Ishmaelites, who are some of the Arabs, are Semitic, the Elamites, who are the Iranians and Persians, are Semitic, how could they all be, if these Palestinians are Semitic, how could they be anti themselves? And if Negroes, the black people, are Semitic, or the Edomites, which make a part of them Palestinians over there, are Semitic, how could any of them be anti-Semitic? That means they'll be anti-Shem. They're from Shem. So it's impossible for them to be anti-Semitic. Now, a lot of these Hebrew Israelites' false doctrine is that Esau or Edom is the white man. That is completely false, and I don't want to destroy or obliterate and to total demolish and abolish that irresponsible, established false doctrine. I'm ready to put that to rest and topple that like we did the walls of Jericho. That is completely false and stupid. You know what I mean? Esau was Jacob's twin brother. And the only difference between the two is that Esau was hairy. Red and hairy. Not red, white, palish, or nothing like, no. Where the blood no. That was the only difference. They were both black people, right? But this is their doctrine. And by this doctrine, they're claiming since Esau, they know, comes from Abraham. With Abraham comes from Shem. Now they're saying these white people are Shemitic and calling them our brothers and all that. let me just say this. Esau is not the white man. Rakar. Edom is not white. Tazariah, Johanna, Mahaiman, Nathaniel, Rakar. You know what I mean? Especially you, Rakar. Because you say that every episode. Your turn next. I'm coming for you next. Gorilla Hebrew, Ayash, my people. I love Gorilla Hebrew and them and Ayash and them out of. Shout out to the Sakari out there in San Francisco, man. I love them brothers. Them my people. But they're teaching false doctrine. Esau is not the white man. So now that we got that out the way, Esau is not the white man. That means the white man is not Esau, right? But these people over there in Israel now that are behind this term anti-Semitic, if they're not Semitic, who are they? Who are these people? If they're not the real Jews and they're Jewish, wishing they were Jews, if they are behind the enslavement of black people and perpetuating slavery and keeping us oppressed and in poverty, if they're behind that, the secret relationship between blacks and Jews, if they're the ones that got us sore afraid to speak about them, who are these people? If we're the real Jews, or real people from the tribe of Judah, then who are these people in our land? Who? That'll preach. Who are they? That's what we're gonna deal with right now. Let's go to my man Arthur. Let's see if cause you know they be whitewashing stuff. They be look. He ain't got no videos. Oh, that's in history. Hold on, let me get out of there. That's in history. Hold on. That's because of the history. Hold on. My bad. Let's see who these people are. Who are these people? Let my man Arthur tell you who they are. Ah, yeah. If they don't allow it, him to talk. All right, let's see. Oh, no. Theory, unpack. I don't trust none of these dudes. Now, I don't trust none of these dudes. Let's see if this one gonna tell the truth. Mind you, hold on, let me pause it. Mind you, I'm winging it. I'm just going with the flow. I'm going with the spirit lead me to go. So hopefully y'all can stick around for this, because this is the most important video, one of the most important videos that I've done so far. Okay, this is one of the most important videos, period. So check this out.
This has led several historians to conjecture that a substantial part, and perhaps the majority of Eastern Jews, and hence of world Jewry, might be of Khazar and not of Semitic origin.
Did y'all hear that? Smack. What's that? Smack. Like smack. URL. Smack. Let's hear that again. Come on, brother. You need to take that thing off your head, because I know what they... Take that turban off your head, or that mitri. I mean, they wear mitris and all that, and then leave the top open of their head to say they don't dishonor the head, which is Christ. Just be careful altogether. Take off everything off your head. Stop wearing that. You ain't see no disciples of Christ wearing no mitris at all. We might have wore them before Christ, but now Christ is here, which is take that off. All right, come on, take it off. Rakar, take it off. Elder Lawyer, take them mitris off, man. Them vanilla cream cakes y'all be having on y'all heads, man. Take them off.
This has led several historians to conjecture that a substantial part and perhaps the majority of Eastern Jews and hence of world Jewry might be of Khazar and not of Semitic origin. What is up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Let's talk about the Khazar. So here we are in this book, guys.
Wait. Now, let me give you a little history on Arthur Koestler. Well, really, not too much history because I don't know that much about him, but I do know this. He's a so-called Jewish person. He's a so-called Jewish person. And look at the title of his book. It's called The 13th Tribe. We all know there's only 12 tribes of Israel. But if these people, these Jewish people, are indeed of the tribes of Israel, there must be a 13th tribe. That's why he named it the 13th tribe. Because these people, oh man, come on. Watch this.
The book is titled Arthur Koestler, the 13th Tribe. Okay, so let's see what this book says at the very front. There's a lot of important information in this book, guys. This book was actually published in the year 1976 by Arthur Koestler himself. I believe the man is dead now, okay? But let's see what he compiled together in this book, okay? So listen to this, guys. This book traces the history of the ancient Khazar Empire, a major but almost forgotten power in Eastern Europe, which in the Dark Ages converted to Judaism. Khazaria was finally wiped out by the forces of Genghis Khan, but evidence indicates that the Khazars themselves migrated to Poland and formed the cradle of what? Western Jewry. Talking about the modern day Jews now. Those are your, white Jews. That is what this book is about, guys. Okay, so let's get...
Now, you notice how he said white Jews, but check this out. Now, I'll let you know, there's two Jews out here. Remember I told y'all earlier there was two Christs, right? There's all that. See, and yes, though that is a very strong delusion and very strong deception that the white Europeans used in order to deceive the whole world into believing that Jesus Christ is white. But the real plot behind that was to make sure that we understood that not only Jesus Christ was white, but the children of Israel, or the Jews, were white, that the disciples were white, that the angel was white, which all leads all the way up to God himself being white. Ain't that something? But the truth is that Jesus Christ is not white. He is a black man, a nigger, what we would call a Negro today. The reason why I said nigger, because that's what y'all call Negroes today. Niger, even Paul in them, Acts the 13th chapter, Paul and Barnabas was called Niger or niggers. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Niger. But that's the truth. The truth is there's one Christ and there's one antichrist. There's one true Christ and there's one false. And the true one, the historical one, the one depicted in those Russian icons, that's the true depiction, description, and definition of Jesus Christ, or Yeshua Hamashiach. The false image is in the Antichrist, or the deception of Jesus Christ, the white image. That is the white one. And now we're getting down to not just the Jesus Christ, the difference between the Christ, the two Christ images. We're getting down to the Christ people and the lineage of the people that Christ came from. That's the real trick. Because now it's a group of people in this earth claiming to be Jews and are not. Now we're into the identity. This still about Candace Owens. Don't get it wrong. And it's really not about her. It's really about Christ is King controversy. She just is going to be one of my central parts in this. But let's go. Come on.
From the cradle of what? Western Jewry. Talking about the modern day Jews now. Those are your, white Jews. That is what this book is about.
Hey, man. You know what I was going to call my record label and my all of my adventures? I was going to call them the Golden Horde. I was going to call it the Golden Horde. The Golden Horde, hold on. The Golden Horde is described as the Mongolian Empire under Genghis how they say Genghis or Genghis Khan. The Mongols were the ones that were taking over lots of parts of Europe and Japan and all the Asian countries and China and all that. So all my kung fu movies like the 8 Diagram Pole Fighters, their fight was against the Mongols. And they call them Mongol dogs because how vicious and horrifying, terrifying they were. Come to find out, they were the ones that kicked the Khazars out of Russia. And they fled down into Poland. Genghis Khan and Kublai Khan and them wiped them out, got them niggas up out of there. And they went over there to Asia and Japan. And when they got to Japan, that's why I played Ghost of Tsushima, or Ghost of Tsushima. That's about the Mongol invasion. I'm so impressed, and though I don't agree with Genghis Khan and them, I just love the kingdom of heaven suffered violence, and the violent take by force. They were the best definition of the violent taken by force. Genghis Khan and them, and the Golden Horde, Mongolian Empire. I was going to call myself my business the Golden Horde. I might go back to that after reading this, cause we're a horde after the gold. But listen to this.
This book, guys. This book was actually published in the year 1976 by Arthur Koestler himself. I believe the man is dead now, okay? But let's see what he compiled together in this book, okay? So listen to this, guys. This book traces the history of the ancient Khazar Empire, a major but almost forgotten power in Eastern Europe, which in the Dark Ages converted to Judaism. Khazaria was finally wiped out by the forces of Genghis Khan, but evidence indicates that the Khazars themselves migrated to Poland and formed the cradle of what? Western Jewry. Talking about the modern day Jews now. Those are your, white Jews. That is what this book is about, guys. Okay, so let's get to page 15. The writer of this book, he himself is also one of these Jewish people, okay? He's a Khazarian himself, but unlike most of the Khazars, he's not complicit with the lies, guys, okay? So let's see what he wrote down in this book. We're going to read this highlighted section about the Khazars. Let's see what it says. Our investigations cannot go into problems pertaining to the history of Idea, but we must call the reader's attention to the matter of the Khazar kingdom state religion. It was the Jewish faith which became the official religion of the ruling strata of society. Basically, the ruling class converted to Jews. I like the way he says it because I've read in other books that although, yes, the ruling class, they converted, the majority of Khazars actually went into Christianity and Islam, guys. Yeah, the majority of them converted to those other religions, but the ruling class, pass. The king, he converted and became Jewish, guys. Very powerful stuff. So let's see. Needless to say,
did y'all hear that? He said that the king, the rest of the people, meaning the regular common people, they either went one or two ways. They went to Christianity or Islam. That's why you see all them white Turkish people being Muslims and all that, and then the rest were Christians. You know what I'm saying? But the ruling class, the king was called the Shagan back then, or Kagan. The ruling class, they became what you call Jewish, or they converted into their made up religion called Judaism. Judah is the central name of that ism that they follow. See, they got their ism for Judah. They got the game from Judah, but they converted it into Judaism. Oh man, off a man named Judah. We never converted it to Judaism. You know what I mean? We are the Jews. We are from the tribe of Judah. Ain't no ism with no tribe of Judah. We follow the Most High and Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? So that's that. Come on.
the acceptance of the Jewish faith as the state religion of an ethnically non-Jewish people could be the subject of interesting speculation. Basically, he's saying that although these guys converted and they claim to be the Jews today, they are not connected in any way to the actual Jews that you read about in the Bible. That's what he just said, okay? So let's keep going. We shall, however, confine ourselves.
He said what he just said. I don't know if y'all could hear him through his accent, but that's what he said, that Arthur Koestler was basically saying that these people that converted into Judaism are now called Jewish today are not the real Jews. They're not Jews according to the Bible at all. Let him say that again.
These guys converted and they claim to be the Jews today, they are not connected in any way to the actual Jews that you read about in the Bible. That's what he just said, okay? So let's keep going. We shall, however, confine ourselves to the remark that this official conversion, in defiance of Christian proselyting by Byzantine, the Muslim influence from the East, when they converted to Judaism, they were in defiance of the Christians who wanted the Khazars to convert to Christianity, and also to the Muslims who wanted the Khazars to become Muslims as well, okay? And in spite of this political pressure of these two powers, to a religion which had no support from any political power, but was persecuted nearly by all. So even at this time, the real Jews were already being persecuted by everyone, okay?
You see why I told you, Diamond, you need to be aware of who you are? You see why I told you that, sister? You're waiting for a persecution that's been occurring for centuries. Though you are correct, there is a greater persecution coming, and you're thinking it's just coming toward the Christians. But the first Christians were Israelites, baby. They were called Christians. They weren't even called Christians when they were walking with Christ. They were called people of the way. This is where diligent research is required. They were called people of the way. They didn't know what to call them. Then they called them, some say Christian was used as a derogatory term. But I don't know about that. But one thing I do know, that in the Galatians 11:26, they were called Christians first at the Antioch. But but who was called Christians at Antioch? The disciples, who were what? Jews, or from men of the tribe of Judah, who are also what? Israelites. You need to know that. And during this time, this is during the Middle Age period, like the 1100s and the 1200s and all of that. These people, Christians, Islam, we were under persecution. Black people then, and are still under persecution till this day. I know some of your friends don't believe that. Your friends don't believe that, but it's true. And that's what the blindness of the term Christianity, in the scales of the Christianity doctrine that's over your eyes right now will begin to fall off once you identify who you are according to the Bible. You thinking the Christians going to be persecuted when your people are the Christians are the ones that were called Christians first in Antioch, that are in persecution, that have been in persecution, and is headed for Jacob's trouble, which already began, but it's going to amp up at another level. And it is going to include anybody who believes in Jesus Christ. I agree with you. You are correct. But just know that God's people, the children of Israel, the Jews who are black, are already under the, because it says in the Bible, judgment shall hit the house of God, the house first. You need to know this. Come on. Let me hear him say that again.
Political power, but was persecuted nearly by all. So even at this time, the real Jews were already being persecuted by everyone, okay? But these Khazarians saw the opportunity to usurp this identity from the real people, guys. Crazy. But
did you hear that? Diamond, you heard that? Jesus ain't white. I want you to know that. And he's not Middle Eastern either. He's not olive colored either. He's not green either. Jesus Christ is black, a Negro, a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Straight up and down. With with woolly hair and black skin. Just like Tyrone, they cloned Tyrone, they cloned Jesus and made him white. But yeah, baby. This is the opportunity these so-called Khazarians, which Arthur Koestler said they are not of Semitic origin, usurped the authority and claimed the identity, seeing that we were fallen, being persecuted by everybody. So to offend both Christianity and Islam, they chose to be us. Man, this is deep. You talking about strong delusion. That was so impactful. You got to hear that again.
Two powers to a religion which had no support from any political power, but was persecuted nearly by all. So even at this time, the real Jews were already being persecuted by everyone, okay? But these Khazarians saw the opportunity to usurp this identity from the real people, guys. Crazy. But was persecuted by nearly all. Has come as a surprise to all historians concerned with the Khazars and cannot be considered as accidental, but must be regarded as a sign of independent policy pursued by that kingdom, okay? It's a choice that they made to claim the identity of the Jews, guys, okay? They have nothing to do with the Jews. That's why here the writer says that they are ethnically a non-Jewish people, but today they claim to be the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which is not true, guys, which is not here. The writer says that they are ethnically a non-Jewish people, but today they claim to be the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which is not true, guys, which is not true. So here we are right here, guys. Right here, the writer says that they are ethnically a non-Jewish people, but today they claim to be the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which is not true, guys, which is not true. So here we are right here, guys.
I hope you heard, y'all hearing this. Here it is, we dealing with the topic of anti-Semitism and Christ is King and how it is anti-Semitic. Boy, these people, who they work for? Oh, we get ready to find out. Who these people work for, man? This is crazy. Did you hear what he just said? These are ethnically, I told you that word race wasn't even out back then. Ethnically non-Jewish people. And they usurp the authority and claim the identity of the real Jews who are black people. That's why they be clinging so close to us. That's why they're the head of the NAACP and the ADL, and they always involved in our little struggles and being so. That's why it was revealed that they were behind the insurance policy, insuring behind the boats of enslaving us and stuff like that. This secret relationship between blacks and Jews that the Muslims, the Nation of Islam, brought out with Louis Farrakhan and be reading, and Khalid Muhammad used to bring out, especially Khalid Muhammad. He really brought it out. Yeah, these people, these people that had the power to turn Kanye West from a billionaire to a 400 million. It took about 400 million from overnight. Yeah, these Khazarians, they say Khazars or Khazars, you know what I mean? These people who are claiming to be Jews but are not. Wait, we're gonna find out who they are though. We're finding out that they are actual Khazars.
Is he pursued by that kingdom? Okay, it's a choice that they made to claim the identity of the Jews, guys. Okay, they have nothing to do with the Jews. That's why here the writer says that they are ethnically a non-Jewish people, but today they claim to be the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which is not true, guys. Which is not true.
These people are not the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. How in the world are you? They're not even of Semitic origin. Boy, this is a trick back. This is a game being played right here, boy. This is off the chain. A lot of you Christians, see, that's why, Diamond, you gotta get away from that. You gotta get away from these Christians, because that's a Eurocentric version of what's really going on. And you need to be a follower of Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? Because they weren't called Christians until they got into Antioch, right? But you need to be a follower of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the black Christ, not that white one. Okay, Diamond? But do you hear that? These people, he said that they're not descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They're not Semitic at all. Yet they're writing legislation and policy condemning people for being anti-Semitic. Meaning, if you say something against them, Jewish, the false Jews, you're being anti-Semitic. This is a, boy, who are these people other than the Khazars? Come on. Because we know you're not Jews. Now we know you are the Khazars, but we're going to find out why you don't like Jesus, Christ, why Christ is king is an offense to you. We're going to find out why. Come on.
So here we are right here, guys. Listen to what it says at the bottom. We're still on the same page. What is in dispute is the fate of the Jewish Khazars after the destruction of their kingdom. Yeah, they used to have their own empire, guys, which was called Khazaria, okay? In the 12th or 13th century. On this problem, the sources are scant, but various late medieval Khazar settlements are mentioned in the Crimea, in the Ukraine. Look at this place, guys. Very important that you recognize that the people who are in Ukraine today are Khazarians, okay? When you hear about all these issues between Russia and Ukraine, it has a lot to do with what happened in the past, guys. There are Khazarians all over that place, guys, okay?
Did you hear that? Now you can figure out why. That's why I love doing this, man, because and I ain't really playing it, you know what I'm saying? Love going with the Holy Spirit, praying before, you do the video, and look how he just leads you. I told you, I'm just winging it, going with the flow. Why in the world did he have me doing the Vladimir Putin first? Now I know. That conflict between Russia and Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? And now Vladimir Putin discovering that who the real Jews are, and we knowing that these Ukrainians are false Jews, and now to be an extreme offense to them coming out because due to their conflict, oh yeah, he's bringing it all the way to the forefront. Black Messiah and all that, right in your face to these Khazarians who are in Ukraine and in our land. and what you would call modern day Israel, and they are not Israelites. They're Israelis. You know what I'm saying? That's why I had to go there first. That's why I'm going through all of this before I get to Crisis King and Candace Owens and these goofies like Diamond Wayman says, these goofies, these punk bitches, these suckers, and these bed wenches, like the bed wench, Candace Owens. She's a straight up bed wench. You know what I mean? With a heart, like she has a heart for the people of her ethnic background. It appears that way, but not really. She's not really down with us. She's a traitor. She's a slick talking, smooth one though. You got to give it to her. And Mr. Bleach is the same way. Bleaching the domes of black people over there on his little platform. I ain't saying your name yet because I ain't ready for you yet. But Diamond know who he is. That's her best bud, seem like. She might like him. I don't know. Might like his appearance or what. I don't know what it is. But she need to wake up. But did y'all hear that? Y'all hear this? Ukraine, Russia. That's why Putin is putting that out there like that. That Jesus Christ is black. Because he know they over there pretending to be Jews. And they are not. You know who else did that? Adolf Hitler did the same thing Putin did just now. He showed that the black people were the real Jews back then. Hitler did this. And we ain't gonna go into the Holocaust and all that because that's a whole nother story. But come on. Because they talking about anti-Semitic. Come on.
Yeah, they used to have their own empire, guys, which was called Khazaria, okay? In the 12th or 13th century.
You see that map that they showed? That's near the Black and Caspian Sea, up near Turkey and Russia. Khazaria. That was their own empire. Oh, but it was God sent Genghis Khan and them through there. And you know, the golden horde come through there, it's a wrap.
On this problem, the sources are scant, but various late medieval Khazar settlements are mentioned in the Crimea, in the Ukraine. Look at this place, guys. Very important that you recognize that the people who are in Ukraine today are Khazarians, okay? When you hear about all these issues between Russia and Ukraine, it has a lot to do with what happened in the past, guys. There are Khazarians all over that place, guys, okay?
The Russians are fighting the Khazarian mafia in their homeland. They're cutting the head off the snake of the group that has been destroying this planet for generations.
What does that have to do with Australia today, here and now?
Because they control this country like they control everywhere else, and the Russians, along with many other nations and many other militaries, are actually fighting a subterranean war to exterminate vermin from the planet.
So, Khazar settled where?
Man, this just got deep. Did y'all hear that? Oh my God. Did you hear that? Oh, that deserves being played again. This is why Putin putting this out like this. This is the motivation behind revealing that Jesus Christ is black and turning his people to follow the tenets of the black Messiah. God has said he's going to make them bow down at our feet. And to know that he loved us. This is the beginning of that. Diamond was right. God is loving us. Every heartbeat, every breath we take is ordained and controlled by him. It's under his instructions. Even this one. Even this move of Vladimir Putin. Even this move of this revelation of this revealing of Yeshua HaMashiach. The true one being black. Look at this. Say that again, y'all. He said the Khazarian mafia. That means them people in Russia knows who they are. They know who these Ukrainians are. They know who these so-called Israelis are, pretending to be us. While we on the bottom in the ghettos living with rats and roaches. And you got Candace Owens and them playing politics and political games with our people. and Andrew Tate and them. Y'all need to knock it off. Come on.
Has a lot to do with what happened in the past, guys. There are Khazarians all over that place, guys, okay?
The Russians are fighting the Khazarian mafia in their homeland. They're cutting the head off the snake of the group that has been destroying this planet for generations.
What does that have to do with Australia today, here and now?
Because they control this country like they control everywhere else, and the Russians, along with many other nations and many other militaries, are actually fighting a subterranean war to exterminate vermin from the planet.
So, Khazars settled where? In Crimea, in Ukraine, in Hungary, in Poland, in Lithuania. The general picture that emerges from these fragmentary pieces of information is that of a migration of Khazar tribes and communities into those regions of Eastern Europe, mainly Russia and Poland, where at the dawn of the modern age, the greatest concentration of Jews are found. Okay, so the places where today the majority of your modern Jews are coming from just so happens to be the places where the Khazars settled in. Okay, places like Crimea, Ukraine, Hungary, Poland, Lithuania, all the places that the Khazars went.
Did you know it's actually possible to become addicted to a life you don't even like? And the reason why
went and settled is where the majority of your modern day Jews are coming from. The writer is just telling you that these people are not Jews at all. They are not the people, guys. They are pretending, they are acting, they are fake. This has led several historians.
Dang, man. They're pretending, they're acting, they're fake, they're not Jews at all. They're not Jews at all. Man, they are of the Khazarian Empire, the Khazars. Come on. And look where they went to. Where they went to then is where they are now. And they went even further when they went into what they call the Middle East or Northeastern Africa in the land of Israel or Palestine. Come on.
Today, the majority of your modern Jews are coming from just so happens to be the places where the Khazars settled in. Okay, places like Crimea, Ukraine, Hungary, Poland, Lithuania, all the places that the Khazars went and settled is where the majority of your modern day Jews are coming from. The writer is just telling you that these people are not Jews at all. They are not the people, guys. They are pretending, they are acting, they are fake. This has led several historians to conjecture that a substantial part and perhaps the majority of Eastern Jews and hence of world Jewry might be of Khazar and not of Semitic origin. Okay, basically he's telling you that these people are not the true people. Now I'll tell you this, most of us who have read the scriptures, we believe that these Khazarians and the Caucasian race, they are of the seed of Esau. We believe this. I would disagree.
See what I mean? Now you see what now I knew. See, I'm glad I had tackled that before he even said that. See, because for him to even be going into the 13 tribe books, I know he had to be under the tutelage of one of those concentration Israelite camps and their false doctrines. And now he's going to say that these so-called Khazarians of our Esau, and he said he believed that. Brother, I'm telling you right now, that is not true. They are, and it's proven to you that if you were to stay within that 13 tribe book, which you probably are not going to read, but the Kagan or the king of the Khazarians said they come from Togarmah. You're not going to point that out. I already know you're not going to do it. If you do, that'll be a surprise. And if you do, you're going to try to refute that and try to say that, no, that's not true. They belong to Esau. I knew you learned from them. And I get it. You know what I mean? You're new, you know what I'm saying? But no, brother. They're not Semitic at all. Esau is Semitic. Edom is of Shem. These people are not of Shem at all. They're not of Semitic origin. And you're reading that right there. But so to say that they're of Esau, that means they are of Shemitic origin, but it's just not true. Come on.
With this portion that says they are not of Semitic origin, I do believe they are Semitic, okay? But
they're not. I told you he was going to say that. They are not Semitic. In that same book, it says they come from Togarmah and Ashkenaz. Why do you think they call themselves Ashkenaz? You know who the Togarmah and Ashkenaz belong to? Japheth. They're not Shemitic. They're not from Shem, bro. I almost ready to cut your video short, but I'm just clarifying it, bro. No, they're not Esau, bro. Come on.
I do not believe they have anything to do with the 12 tribes, okay? I believe they are of the seed of Esau. Now check out, we're still on page 16 right here, guys. Look at what it says right here in this portion of the book. A new approach both to the problem of the relations between the Khazar Jewry and other Jewish communities, and to the question of how far we can go in regarding this Khazar Jewry as the nucleus of the large Jewish settlements in Eastern Europe. The descendants of these settlements, yes, those Khazars, those who stayed where they were, those who emigrated to the United States and to other countries, and those who went to Israel, that modern day place that they claim is the real land of Israel, okay, constitute now the large majority of world Jews. So I'm sorry, guys, you fell for the lie, okay? These Khazars are very, very good at playing you. They played you so well like a flute, guys, okay? Many of you believe that those Caucasian people, those white people, those non-melanated people are the real Jews of the Bible. You are simple. I'm sorry, okay? Don't take it personally. I want you guys to wise up and realize that, no, those people are not the real Jews of the Bible. No, okay? They are Khazarians. They converted to Judaism, and they have books. Like, one very important book on this subject is the Jewish Encyclopedia that was published in 1905, okay? Volume 4, I believe, or 4 or 5. I think it's volume 4. Volume 4, guys, okay? In the first 2 pages, you can actually read about the Khazars. And right there on page 2, you will see where it clearly states that the Khazarians converted to Judaism, okay? And they are the large portion of what the world considers to be the Jews today, okay? If you don't read, you're not going to see these things, okay? This is a very powerful stuff, guys. Very, very powerful. Okay, so here we are on the next page now. We are on page 17 of this very wonderful book. Very powerful stuff, guys, okay? So I'm going to highlight this portion so we can just look at what it says, okay? So listen to this, guys. This was written before the full extent of the Holocaust was known. But that does not alter the fact that the large majority of surviving Jews in the world is of Eastern European and thus perhaps mainly of Khazar origin. So he's just telling you over and over and over again, don't fall for the lie. Those people are not the real Jews. They are Khazars. They are Khazarian, and they are playing a massive deception on the world. Okay, it's time for all of us to wake up, guys. It's time to wake up. If so, this would mean that their ancestors came not from Jordan, but from the Volga. Not from Canaan, but from the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia, guys. Once believed to be the cradle of the what? The Aryan race, okay? Caucasian people. And that genetically, they are more closely related to the Hun, the Uyghur, and the Magyar tribes than to the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, guys.
You need to look up the Hun. He needs to, I'm talking about you, brother, with the white hat on. You need to look up the Hun. You need to look up the Uyghur and Magyar tribes. You need to look them up and find out which son of Noah that they belong to. Look them up. Since you believe in these so-called Israelite camps, you do that, brother. You know, look them up. And that would lead you back to Japheth, okay? Japhet, man. Or Japheth. That's who they are. They're Japhethites. Yeah, Japhetic. They have nothing to do with Shem at all. But come on.
I'm telling you, the Khazarians have no relation to being the 12 tribes. No, they are some Caucasian people, guys, okay? They have nothing to do with the 12 tribes. They are not the true people. Should this turn out to be the case, then the term anti-Semitism, oh, that term that they love to use so much, anti-Semitism, would become void of meaning based on a misapprehension shared by both the killers and their victims. Listen to this, guys. Listen to what he said next. The story of the Khazar Empire, as it slowly emerges from the past, begins to look like the most cruel hoax which history has ever perpetrated. Damn, guys. Okay, as it slowly is on a misapprehension.
Wait. Are we not dealing with the term anti-Semitic? That's what we're dealing with right now. And look what it says about anti-Semitism. This is what the Crisis King controversy is coming from. This is where it's coming from. Let's let him read that again.
To be in the 12 tribes, no. They are some Caucasian people, guys, okay? They have nothing to do with the 12 tribes. They are not the true people. Should this turn out to be the case, then the term anti-Semitism, oh, that term that they love to use so much.
You heard what he said? They love to use this. This is their weapon formed against anybody who has any sort of criticism. Even bringing this information out, they can deem this information right here as being anti-Semitic and get your channel shut down. And, not Arthur Koestler, but somebody in them that was deemed anti-Semitic for being a Holocaust revisionist. I think it was Ernst Zundel, who was hanging out with David Cole when they was over there doing their review of the gas chamber of supposed gas chamber out there, or concentration camp of Dachau out there in Poland, when they was busting that whole theory wide open. I think Ernst Zundel spent some time in prison for being anti-Semitic. Ain't that something? This is the kind of power they garnish. They love using that word, though.
They have nothing to do with the 12 tribes. They are not the true people. Should this turn out to be the case, then the term anti-Semitism, oh, that term that they love to use so much, anti-Semitism, would become void of meaning based on a misapprehension shared by both the killers and their victims.
Listen to what it was just read. Should this turn out to be the case, that they are descendants of the Hun, the Ugar, the Japhetic people, this term anti-Semitism would become void of meaning. Of course it's void of meaning. They're not Semites. They're not Semitic at all. Based on a misapprehension shared by both the killers. Now they're the killers. And their victims, and we're their victims. Oh my God. That's their verbal weapon and psychological weapon they use against us. Come on, man.
They use so much, and they have nothing to do with the 12 tribes. They are not the true people. Should this turn out to be the case, then the term anti-Semitism, oh, that term that they love to use so much, anti-Semitism, would become void of meaning based on a misapprehension shared by both the killers and their victims. Listen to this, guys. Listen to what he said next. The story of the Khazar Empire, as it slowly emerges from the past, begins to look like the most cruel hoax which history has ever perpetrated. Damn, guys. Okay, it's a cruel hoax. This belief that the world has right now, this spell, this lie that the Khazars have used Hollywood to push. Yes, they use Hollywood to push this lie more than anything else, that they themselves are the real Jews of the Bible. Look at what the writer calls it. He calls it the most cruel hoax. Let me just highlight that portion, guys. Cruel hoax which history has ever perpetrated, guys.
Damn. I can't lie, man. Seeing those pictures of the movies and stuff like that, let's go back to that. That's cruel. That's heartless. For you to do this to a people. And these are the people that you enslaved, kidnapped, brought to work them, kill them, maim them, take away their history, their connection to their God. And then, use your power through Hollywood and imagery, motion pictures, to perpetuate this cruel hoax. It's cruel. And you're supposed to be the chosen people of God? No, you're not. You're not a Heb or a Hebrew. Look.
Hoax which history has ever perpetrated. Down a misapprehension shared by both.
Money said, damn, just like I did. They need to say like Craig and Smokey. Damn. That's how bad this is, bro. This is horrible. This is horrible, making a way for their so-called Messiah, which is the Antichrist. You know what I'm saying? That's what the anti really mean. Anti-Semitic. They're anti. Listen, man, let me keep going.
The killers and their victims. Listen to this, guys. Listen to what he said next. The story of the Khazar Empire, as it slowly emerges from the past, begins to look like the most cruel hoax which history has ever perpetrated. Damn, guys. Okay, it's a cruel hoax. This belief that the world has right now, this spell, this lie that the Khazars have used.
Look at this. Esther. Look what Esther looked like. Esther looked like Amy. Jeremiah looked like Chad or Bryce. You know what I'm saying? Justin. Look at this. Esther, Jeremiah. Come on, man.
Which history has ever perpetrated. Damn, guys. Okay, it's a cruel hoax. This belief that the world has right now, this spell, this lie that the Khazars have used Hollywood to push. Yes, they use Hollywood to push this lie more than anything else.
Look at this, man. Y'all remember this? Ben Kingsley, the Joseph, and look at Mary Magdalene. Her story will be told. Look at this. And look at Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker. Man, this is cruel. This is cruel, man. And all of these people are black. But they perpetuated this cruel hoax, this lie, so they can usurp and gain power in this world. This is crazy, man. Who would do this? Who would put out a lie? What entity? What dark spirit would do this, but be behind orchestrating this type of move, man? This type of lie. Who would do this? Come on.
That they themselves are the real Jews of the Bible. Look at what the writer calls it. He calls it the most cruel hoax. Let me just highlight that portion, guys. Cruel hoax which history has ever perpetrated, guys. Oof. I love this book. It's a very powerful book. Very, very powerful book, guys, okay? They are not the people. If you want to know who the real people are, just look at Deuteronomy chapter 28. Okay, you can read the whole book if you want, or you can focus on reading verse 16 to verse 68, guys, and then you will see all the signs and all the curses that God put on the Israelites, guys. Those curses are how you will identify who the real Israelites are in the world today, okay? Many people don't realize that the Negro race are the true people, okay? Many of you still believe this ridiculous lie that it's them white people in those places. These Caucasians that are claiming to be the Jews are not the Jews. None of them are. The Jews are not Caucasians. They are Negroes, and it's time for the world to wake up.
I want to say shout Shout out to my brother, the Saints of the Most High, man. Let me hit the subscribe button. Let me hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go over there, subscribe to the Saints of the Most High, man. That was powerful. Now, since it's getting late, I'm gonna go ahead and get to the meat and potatoes of what's going on, man. Miss Candace Owens. And Andrew Tate. Wait a minute. No. Let's just get with Christ is King. Let's just get to it. Let's get to it. Let me see if this is it.
Hi everyone, Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2000.
I'm only seeing if this is it so I can go straight to it. You know what I mean?
The fallout from Candace Owens' ouster from the Daily Wire continues, with more pro and anti-Candace voices expressing their opinions on social media. Journalist Barry Weiss did not mince words, posting, quote, "And this piece doesn't even touch on her truly bat's bleep views about Brigitte Macron. That it took the Daily Wire this long to sever ties with Candace Owens is alarming." Ex-presidential hopeful Marianne Williamson also jumped in, posting, quote, "Candace Owens didn't lose her job because she opposes Israel. She lost her job because she has said and is continuing to say vile things about Jews ourselves. She knows this and she is conflating the two for a reason. She will now come after me, of course, et cetera, et cetera."
Owens' firing from a supposedly pro-free speech outlet did leave some wondering if it was an act of censorship or at the very least cancel culture. Journalist Glenn Greenwald pounced on Weiss and company, posting, quote, "Same was true when the New York Times fired editors for publishing the Tom Cotton op-ed. Most of the right, along with Barry Weiss, treated that as a grave act of censorship. Viewpoint-based firings are exactly the sort of thing the right has long condemned as cancel culture." Greenwald also posted excerpts from a piece that Weiss wrote in 2021, in which she warned of deplatforming as a consequence of speaking out. Quote, "Ideas are replaced with identity. Forgiveness is replaced with punishment. Debate is replaced with deplatforming. Diversity is replaced with homogeneity of thought. Inclusion with exclusion." So obviously our Friday team handled the initial news of the Candace Owens ouster. We're reacting now for the first time. Lots to discuss. And look, I think as someone who has been a frequent inveyor against cancel culture, it is hard to get around the position of people like Ben Shapiro and frankly everyone else part of the Daily Wire making anti-cancel culture one of the most vital aspects of their identity. And the problem is when you do that, when you start going not just obviously the government can't silence people, that violates the First Amendment. They shouldn't make social media companies silence people. When you go all the way to what everyone is entitled to a platform on your network, you get into these weird situations where then you can't fire anyone, or if somebody else fires someone, you complain about it, but when you do it, it's okay. Well, it's justified, they're saying, because she's an anti-Semite. And
see what I mean? That they'd love to use that word, but look, check this dynamic out. How come it's always like this on the news? I don't know how legitimate this news station is, or Rising the Hill, whatever TV, but it's always that dynamic. A white man with a black woman. Candace Owens and Candace Owens' husband. It's always like that, or it's be vice versa sometimes with a black man with a white woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, remember, we was talking about that, you know, the interracial thing, and if and it may be permissible when it comes to black men and other nationalities, if they're following the God of his forefathers and stuff, like with Zipporah and with Moses and all. I've just seen examples of that, but I'm just, you know, tripping off this dynamic of when it's always on the news, it's kind of set up that way to you know, it's like a psyop, you know what I mean? A psychological operation of, you know, to influence us. But look what he said, the deplatformation and cancel culture. This is the power that he got with this word, this anti-Semitic. So they could say anything is anti-Semitic. And that's what they were discussing right here. with this Candace Owens and this Shapiro guy, whatever. Let him say that again a little bit.
You do that when you start going, not just, obviously the government can't silence people. That violates the First Amendment. They shouldn't make social media companies silence.
He said the government can't silence people due to the Constitution, the violation of the Constitution's First Amendment. Man, come on, man. Black people are experts on getting all amendments violated, especially that one. You know what I'm saying? Freedom of speech, bro. Come on, man. Yeah, man. Oh, man, this is crazy. It was slick how they got him doing that, but come on.
Of people like Ben Shapiro and frankly everyone else part of the Daily Wire making anti-cancel culture one of the most vital aspects of their identity. The problem is when you do that, when you start going, not just, obviously the government can't silence people. That violates the First Amendment. They shouldn't make social media companies silence people. When you go all the way to what everyone is entitled to a platform on your network, you get into these weird situations where then you can't fire anyone, or if somebody else fires someone, you complain about it, but when you do it, it's okay. Well, it's justified, they're saying, because she's an anti-Semite, and it's said, that's their.
That's what they said.
You get into this weird position where you do end up looking hypocritical, I think.
It's the problem that. Look, I have been a critique of the weaponization of identity politics since that was the beginning of my foray into journalism. Mm-hmm. But that's a very different thing from making the argument that identity doesn't matter. And what I think some critics of some of the more rightly...
Wait, did y'all hear that term? Identity what? Hold on. This is how far these people took this word that is a misapprehension because they're not Semitic at all. But this is how far they took it. But wait a minute. Say that again, sister. What did you say? Identity what?
Justified, they're saying, because she's an anti-Semite, and it's said, that's their.
That's what they said.
You get into this weird position where you do end up looking hypocritical, I think.
It's the problem that. Look, I have been a critique of the weaponization of identity politics since that was the beginning of my foray.
Identity politics. This is how far they took this word, anti-Semitism. They took this way, wow. Identity politics. You're right about that, sister, but the identity politics involves me and you. Our identity, which was stolen and usurped by these so-called Semitic people. Come on, man.
Into journalism. Mm-hmm. But that's a very different thing.
You get into this weird position where you do end up looking hypocritical, I think.
It's the problem that, look, I have been a critique of the weaponization of identity politics since that was the beginning of my foray into journalism. Mm-hmm. But that's a very different thing from making the argument that identity doesn't matter. And what I think some critics of some of the more right-leaning people who have made identity politics their bête noire over the last 5, 6, 7, 10 years or so, is that what it sometimes reads as is not that they think identity politics are bad, but they think that your identity doesn't matter and their identity does. Mm-hmm. So it's all about being victimized if you're a white Christian male, or in this case, if you are Jewish. And obviously anti-Semitism is real and exists, but the question is whether or not they are identifying that Candace Owens has said things that are anti-Semitic, which I see people making the accusation, and I'd be interested to see the evidence of that, or if the critique is because she has a different view about Zionism and what is going on in Gaza than other people at the Daily Wire.
Right.
You hear that? Now, Zionism is attached to these people, and these are not people of Zion. Well, we just proved that. We are the people of Zion. We're headed to Zion. These people are trying to establish a false Zion, a Zionistic movement to usurp the. Look, they came. That whole. Listen, the Holocaust means fire. We were burned. You know what I'm saying? The real Holocaust is that transatlantic slave trade. That's the black Holocaust. And that is way worse than what they put on a film called Schindler's List. You know what I mean? Called the Holocaust on Schindler's List. But yeah, this is how far they took this, man. Fallout over Candace. See, and She got her nigga wake up card finally. You know what I'm saying? Even though I think she was set up, this is a setup. So they can use this vernacular like Diamond Wayman says, a vernacular, and use it as a double entendre to provoke this rhetoric, this conversation, to even get this thesis out there and get the antithesis out there, and then they're going to come up with a synthesis, the Hegelian dialectic, as we understand it. Now we're talking about it. Now it's a topic of debate. Now the cancel culture, the fire-breathing dragon, Tiamat, is using her 5 heads to blow all kind of elements, including fire, from the main head at you for saying something that might be viewed as anti-Semitic from the people who are not of the line of Shem at all. They're not Semitic at all. But look what it's got us doing, talking about it. So now that it's a topic of conversation, we have the thesis, the antithesis or antithesis, and now we got the synthesis. You know what I mean? That they're coming up with, which was planned on anyway, plotted on from the beginning, utilizing these goofies like Andrew Tate and this bedwench Candace Owens and these other clowns, Fuentes and Sneako and all these sneakers and all that. Come on, man.
So there are some criticisms of her that I think are valid, even along anti-Semitism lines. Mediaite reports that she...
See how slick he said that? There are some criticisms that is valid of her on the lines of anti-Semitism, but he's going to look like he's going to clean that up and saying it's not as anti-Semitic as they're putting it, and it wasn't worth her getting canceled. But see how slick that was done? Man, that's a cruel hoax, brother. Come on.
Than other people at the Daily Wire.
Right. So there are some criticisms of her that I think are valid, even along anti-Semitism lines. Mediaite reports that she liked a tweet saying that Jews were drunk on Christian blood. That is anti-Semitism.
Do we have, I'm just curious, I've seen that, but...
You heard that? That look what she doing. This is evidently some sort of vindictive, preemptive strike against the Jewish people for kicking her off this Daily Wire, which might be a ploy or a setup from the very beginning. She might very well be a plant. Who knows? She might not be. She might, though. To usher this conversation to the forefront, to where it's going to be illegal for not only Christians, but people that are Bible believers or people that know that their true origin as Israelites and being real Jews. Now we can't say Christ is king or mention Jesus Christ at all. This is a segue to where you can't even mention Jesus Christ at all, because there's power in mentioning his name, and because he has authority in the heavens and the earth. And they want to look, I even heard this tale of a story of them people that be running Area 51 and having them giants and beings locked away and studying them and getting all their technology. This is where they got it from. These so-called aliens and stuff. And they tell you when you go down there, you can't say the name of Jesus, or these aliens will be upset, or they go into some sort of, it's a power in their name. Look how he slickly said this, though. This look what they got her slickly doing. She drunk off Christian blood, the Jewish people, and they calling it that term anti-Semitic. This is crazy, because they're not Semitic at all. Ain't this something? Come on, say that again, bro. That's why he said along the lines of anti-Semitic lines, of which she liked, because she liked it. It's almost like when Kanye West put up from Hebrews to Negroes on Jeff Bezos' platform of Amazon, and just posted it. He didn't say nothing. He didn't do it, and you see all the hell he caught and all the cancel culture and how they came out the woodwork, and how our people, the IUIC, shout out to IUIC for that, for having Kyrie Irving's back. But yeah, this is what they doing. Now they're going straight for the juggler, which is Jesus Christ himself. All this seems to be funny that this came out this way when Vladimir Putin puts out Jesus Christ, the Christ is King, as a black man. Ain't this funny how that came out? Now they're utilizing black people to usher. One thing the Bleacher is right about, Bleach is right about, is that they are utilizing black people to usher in the New World Order and the acceptance of the Antichrist, because we are the people of influence. Everybody wants to do what we doing. We are the trending topic. Real recognize the realest option. Kirk Franklin trying to get the Franklins. Patient got us really Millie rocking. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dizzy Wright for them bars. Come on.
Or if the critique is because she has a different view about Zionism and what is going on in Gaza than other people at the Daily Wire.
Right. So there are some criticisms of her that I think are valid, even along anti-Semitism lines.
Real quick, that lady described with Kansas saying different views that she might have other than the views of the people at the Daily Wire. Yeah, she might have said something that advocate for those children being bombed half the damn death at the Gaza Strip. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's a psyop either, but from what it looks of it, it looks real to me. So I'm gonna keep it there. Because the rest of these media outlets are in support of Israel. It really is sickening to the stomach, because they are not Israel. We are. That's crazy. Come on.
Mediaite reports that she liked a tweet saying that Jews were drunk on Christian blood. That is anti-Semitism.
I'm just curious. I've seen that, but I haven't been able to see the tweet.
I have it per Mediaite from Deadline. Right, yeah, that's fine. We should trace that down specifically.
They don't even have the real tweet where she liked that. They don't even have the real tweet where she liked or hit the like button on where it says that the Jews are drunk off Christian blood. Yeah, see what I mean, Diamond? This is the reason why you need to know who you are. They're not drunk off Christian blood. They're drunk off Israelite blood. They drunk off Negro blood. They drunk off the chosen people of God's blood. They're drunk off the first people who were called Christian blood. The first Christians were black. They're drunk off the first Christian. They're drunk off of black blood. Okay? And I know you're a candidate to be receptive and accepting of the truth. And then you'll be conformed to the information you just got informed about. Then your performance will be elevated. Shout out to Sinful to P. Come on.
But some other things, what's going on right now, and they're accusing her of anti-Semitism over, I am much more skeptical of this whole Christ is King phrase. So she tweeted, we're coming up on Easter, Christ is King, something like that. And now a lot of people affiliated with the Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, Andrew Klavan, Andrew Klavan is a very smart religious scholar, was formerly Jewish, converted to Christianity, saying that he calls that an anti-Semitic dog whistle. I'm seeing a lot of people.
That's from someone who was formerly Jewish and converted to Christianity.
Right.
Isn't the whole break about deciding that Christ is the Son of God and that therefore you believe in Christianity?
Damn. Did y'all hear that? Whoever this dude is that's critiquing Candace Owens was a Jewish person that converted into Christianity and now is condemning her for saying that's a dog whistle to be Look, he's still Jewish though. He's still acting like a Khazarian. Even though he goes under the banner of quote unquote Christianity, he realized that was anti-Semitic what Candace Owens' black ass did. That Negro bed wench did. He was like, bitch, don't you ever say nothing like that. Yeah, but wait a minute, dude, you a Jewish, you left the Jewish faith. You converted, I don't give a damn. But she said it's anti-Semitic. How you convert to Christianity and get offended by somebody saying Christ is king? And all she did was hit the like button. Ain't this something? You can't even hit the like button on it. He like, you black bitch, you Negro slave bitch. No, hell no. But bro, you left the Jewish faith. That's why the black chick got her hands up laughing and smiling like with this white dude, you know what I'm saying? Come on, let's hear that again.
Andrew Klavan is a very smart religious scholar, was formerly Jewish, converted to Christianity, saying that he calls that an anti-Semitic dog whistle. I'm seeing a lot of people...
That's from someone who was formerly Jewish and converted to Christianity.
Right.
Isn't the whole break about deciding that Christ is the Son of God and that therefore you're going to... You believe in Christianity?
I was raised, I don't know.
That he died for your sins? Isn't that the whole point of Christianity?
I was raised Catholic, which is a slightly different thing. I have never come to...
Look. He can't even get the joke. He can't smile, nothing to laugh. I can. I'm with you, sister. Ain't that... He should be with you laughing, but he's not. He white. You know what I'm saying? Not dissing you because you white, but he was raised Catholic. You know what I mean? He's universal. Everybody... See, Catholic means universal. That means you could be a Catholic, a shaman, or witch doctor, Satanist. All y'all at the same trough eating together. That's what universal. So they're part of this whole new beast system too. That's why he couldn't even get the joke. He like, wait a minute. She like, wait a minute. The nigga converted from the Jewish faith, which is Babylonian and Talmudish, and you know what I mean, ain't got nothing to do with the Bible or the Kabbalah, you know what I mean, instead of the Bible. Hey, bro, hey, you converted to Christianity. Now it's a dog whistle for anti-Semitism. Because this black bitch Candace Owens, who they utilized to betray her own people. And not only that, to marry one of them and have sired children from them. And she's just disgusting, bro. With the veneer of that she's for us by mixing half-truths and giving us these blended messages, man. This girl is off the chain, along with Mr. Bleach, too. He do the same thing. And the people that think like them, you know what I'm saying? I have a personal friend that be always blaming black people for what they do and stuff like that. Like, these people ain't got nothing to do with it. That just, it is what it is. Separate from people like that, man. It's always black people's fault. When they are the public enemy number one, they're targeted. But this dude didn't even get the joke. He might have got it, but whatever. Come on, sister, say that again.
People...
That's from someone who was formerly Jewish and converted to Christianity.
Right.
Isn't the whole break about deciding that Christ is the Son of God and that therefore you're going to... You believe in Christianity?
I was raised... I don't know.
That he died for your sins? Isn't that the whole point of Christianity?
I was raised Catholic, which is a slightly different thing. I have never come to understand that, and then again, I'm not the go-to source for religious authority, just so we're all clear. I have never heard that phrase described as anti-Semitic. This seems kind of invented on the spot to me, I'm just going to say.
No, so keep in mind that this has all come on the heels of Candace Owens doing a couple of high-profile interviews with people who are very strongly supportive of Israel. So she's been in this back and forth with Rabbi Shmuley. We've talked about him on the show in the context of being an advisor to RFK Jr. It's gotten pretty ugly. Rabbi Shmuley has accused Candace Owens of a lot of things. She said, come on my show, we'll debate it. My subjective opinion is that he didn't fare very well in that context. Candace Owens can be very poised and very rarely gets out over her skis in those kind of debate contexts and tends to perform very well. It got ugly in part because Rabbi Shmuley's daughter sells adult toys and is involved in that business, which is, I have no issue with at all.
Did y'all hear that? And look at the black chick. I have no issue with that at all. Sister, wait a minute. But look, you might not. My bad. Hey, you might be a proprietor, a purchaser. But anyway, here it is. The rabbi, the one that Candace Owens, some Schuler guy, whatever his name is, debating her over what's going on in Gaza and between Israel and the Palestinian in Gaza and DJ Khaled people over there. Offered and said all this stuff and brought him up there for a debate and all that. Busted his ass, like wiped the floor with him. and then credibility always is shot down before the world. But it shouldn't be a surprise to people who are aware. Here it is, the rabbi daughter selling adult sex toys. And this black chick says she ain't got no problem with it. And it seems as if Candace Owens took the dildo and smacked him upside the head with it and shoved it down his throat. and he mumbled it with the dildo in his mouth. Oh, and that's anti-Semitic. That's anti-Semitic. Get this dildo out. She busted head open to the white meat with a dildo or a bullet. Now, hey, that was anti-Semitic. No, I ain't got no problem with my daughter selling. Don't you know we behind the porn industry? Don't you know we own the porn industry? No, I ain't yet. But you a rabbi. Here go Candace Owens. But you a rabbi. So what? You know what I'm saying? That's just my daughter. I support my daughter. Well, why you have to shove that dildo in my... So that's what he did. She did, right? Bust his ass on national TV. Now she's anti-Semitic. They kick her off, because of that. Now here she is on a supposed liking rampage or revenge tour, like Mr. Bleach told that girl from the NCAA basketball team not to be on one. But Candace Owens, they're saying that she's on one. You know what I mean? I don't know. But that was funny though. Come on.
Performed very well. It got ugly in part because Rabbi Shmuley's daughter sells adult toys and is involved in that business, which is, I have no issue with at all. But Candace Owens tends to be more culturally conservative, and so there was this weird juxtaposition of Rabbi Shmuley kind of trying to claim a moral high ground at the same time that Candace Owens was trying to claim a moral high ground because of his promotion of his daughter's business. And
not only this dude, not only he's a rabbi out there trying to take a high moral position, but he promotes, just imagine that. He trying to promote a high moral position on the platform with Candace. At the same time, he handing out brochures and flyers for his daughter's business. You know what I'm saying? Or plugging her business during the debate, seemed like. You see what I mean? Come on, man.
It became a whole thing. And then there was another similar interview with another Zionist that I think might also have rankled some feathers over at the Daily Wire. And so just the timing of it and the public nature of the kinds of conversations that Candace Owens has been having lately. She also did a long form interview with Norm Finkelstein a couple of months ago that got enormous ratings. And so I do think it was a matter of time. how long was it going to be between before the tensions between Candace Owens' programming and Ben Shapiro's politics on this particular issue were going to come to some kind of head?
So I found the tweet. So this was during the fight with Rabbi Shmuley back on March 13th. He's feuding with Candace, and just some random person or some person I don't know responded to Shmuley and said, criticizing for what he's saying or taking issue with it, like fact checking it, and then saying, "Are you drunk on Christian blood again?" And she liked that tweet. So
come on, man. So that's ambiguous though, because she could have just been liking it because part of what that person said, not the actual part where he said drunk off Christian blood, but the fact that you got hey man, you got your ass whipped, man, and the reason why you got your ass whipped is because you drunk off Christian blood. She probably liked it because the dude said you got your behind whooped. You know what I mean? You got your ass kicked on national television. Not the whole part, not the part where drunk off. See how sensitive they making this? And because of these things, they kicked her off Daily Wire.
There you have it. Look, it's Candace Owens. We had a very interesting, the arc of her career. She is mostly known now, obviously, for being this conservative commentator, someone who's very critical of the Black Lives Matter movement. All lives matter type stuff. Has said everything.
Not only that, bro. White lives matter. Her and Kanye West with not all lives matter. See, that's how going too far. You know what I mean? No, us people who are aware of the plots and schemes of Black Lives Matter and George Soros and them, we ain't gonna go all the way to the left field like she did and like Kanye West did. Kanye West only did that because he felt black people didn't stand up for him when when somebody white with a bigger dick than his was screwing his ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, a white woman, beating her coochie half to death, and we didn't say nothing to him, claiming that the Kardashians was kidnapping his kids, and because we didn't stand up to speak on some old personal beef that he had with black people, put out the White Lives Matter shirts. That's why he put that shirt out and why he wore it. Candace, we all know why you wore it. They claim that they were wearing it to combat the Black Lives Matters movement, which we don't support, but we really know why you wore it, because white lives do matter to you, because you were married to white life and you gave birth to white life, baby. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be a problem too much if you didn't convert to that side through your heart and your soul and not know who you are. You don't have your identity ain't even established yet. You don't know that Jesus Christ is not a white man. That's why you married that white man, because you believe Jesus Christ is white. Come on.
She said about that, when she initially burst onto the scene back in 2015, she was actually she was certainly not right-coded. I wouldn't say she was necessarily left-coded. She was almost lib-coded in some ways. She her first foray into national attention was launching something called Social Autopsy, which was what she described as an anti-bullying organization because she had received death threats or racist death threats from a friend or something. It's a convoluted story. She got a little bit of national attention, and then she spun that into like an anti-bullying thing. But her plan, and this didn't really go anywhere, but the idea of Social Autopsy was going to be to make not anonymous anymore the internet, because she thought anonymous trolls were the problem and were harassing people and bullying people, and if the internet was less anonymous, you could hold those people accountable. That got her into trouble with both pro-Gamergate and anti-Gamergate people, if you remember the whole Gamergate controversy. Basically, right and left united against her because neither side wanted to, because those people were always harassing each other, so neither side wanted to move forward with this make the internet no longer anonymous thing. It was like a profound misunderstanding of that conflict. Then she pivoted in this very anti-Black Lives Matter and eventually conservative commentator direction. So some people have accused her of being not particularly
kind of an
sincere,
opportunist.
although people change their views over time.
Well, especially because that initial bullying campaign was spurred because she sued her school district over accusations that she was being bullied for her race and that the school district wasn't defending her appropriately. So for her to have gone from racism exists and it was targeted against me and I deserve a $37,000 judgment for the school district because I was targeted for my race, to everyone's exaggerating the importance of race, racism doesn't matter, racism wasn't a factor in these police killings, et cetera, seems incongruent to a lot of folks.
Yeah, I mean,
therein lies the problem. Did y'all hear that? That's why I'm so glad I'm going with the flow. This is good. Thank you, Holy Spirit, for this one, because look at where it led me. Look at they just gave you her choreography, you know what I mean, of being a bed wench. Here it is. She sues her school for them not supporting her and on the tenets of racism for $37,000 or whatever. She must have won it, whatever. To turn around to saying racism is not that important to the point where it doesn't exist, just like Mr. Bleacher be doing. Racism no longer exists now. Though you sued your school for that topic. Now these police killings had nothing to do with race. And don't get me wrong, I know that they're exaggerating the tenets of racism. They're using a race card to push their agenda, to stimulate the emotions of black people, utilizing race so they can push their policies on black people. And the democratic liberals are behind that. I know that's what they do. Yeah, they do that. And she pointing that out. And when they be pointing out the police killings and the true statistical numbers of the police killings are much lower than what it appears to be when they broadcast it all over the television and get us racially motivated so we can go out there and tear the roof off this mug like we always do. Like with like within George Floyd and destroying the neighborhoods and having an organized protest under Black Lives Matter and Antifa and all these weird crazy people. Yeah, and she'll point that out and be correct. And I would stand with her with that. Well, not stand with her, but I'll stand with the information that she's presenting. But look how far she takes it. They'll take it to the length of racism don't exist at all. It's just a tool that they're utilizing, and which is not true. And yes, we need to be scolded as black people for all this killing that we're doing of each other. You notice we ain't picking up no 9mm and Uzis and Glocks and techs and with the switches on no white people. We're not gonna do that because we know better. You know what I mean? And our actions do need to be condemned, but not by these coons though, not by these so-called blended message people, these BM people, these mix it to fix it people. You know what I mean? Like Candace Owens, the bed wench. You know what I mean? Going so far to where she put on a White Lives Matter shirt, her and Kanye West, and the Bleacher people, the Bleacher dude supported that. And they go every day on a campaign of how racism don't exist. Here it is, she had a lawsuit. Look, it seems as if she won that lawsuit. To go from that to now racism don't exist, the police killings ain't got nothing to do. Just like what Angie Stanton King said. Yeah, I could talk about George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor like they wasn't shit and deserved to die. That's the way she put it across, pushing that whole agenda that far. Yes, what you're saying is true about these organizations utilizing the topic of race or the race card to stimulate our people emotionally. You know what I mean? Get us to emotionally react instead of intellectually or mentally respond. They are doing that. But don't play. Everybody ain't slow out here. Everybody ain't dumb. The Most High got some real watchers out here. Some real watchmen. Some real visionaries out here that could see exactly what you are doing and what they utilizing you to do. You're going to take that truth to further divide our people and to lie to our people like racism and this so-called system that's like oppression don't exist no more. Like, y'all something else. You and Mr. Bleacher, y'all something else. Come on.
Look, you can change your mind over the course of 10 years. It could be when she was a much younger person, she thought.
Or it could be an example of her doing arguably what so many of these cancel culture critics are doing now, which is to say that identity politics don't matter. Other people complaining about being targeted for who they are doesn't matter and is overblown when it's happening to them. But when it's happening to me, it's a big deal and everyone should pay attention.
I think the
Now, you see that? When it was happening to her, she recognized that there was racism. Notice that this was before she transformed as a Decepticon into this. Now racism don't exist. She's colorblind now. Individual identity politics and politics. This girl is something else, man. Come on.
One thing you can't say about her, however, at least in her latest ventures, is that you're right. Like, she does not shy from a fight or a debate or an argument. So if you're going to say, you don't like her view, like the answer to instead of canceling her, have her interview people or have people on her show who disagree and they can fight about Israel or other issues or whatever it is, like she does do that.
Yes.
So it's not like she's just delivering a monologue that's totally contrary to what the rest of the people think. Like she does do that kind of arguments. So I don't know. I think it's hard to get yourself out of the position if you're the Daily Wire.
Yes, she's smart and she's poised, and I think she's dotted her I's and crossed her T's more on this than other people have. And so I'm very interested to see where she goes next. When the break happened, she tweeted, "Yes, it's true, I'm free." I don't know if she's going to kind of pull a Tucker Carlson or hang up her own shingle, start her own media company, but she certainly does have a huge audience that she's earned, I think, from being willing to confront her views and frankly change her mind on things that involve and have really more constructive dialogues on her channel than some other people in that side of the space have had, including some of these recent debates with Norm Finkelstein and the like, that I encourage people to listen to and make of it as they will.
Interesting. Well, we will continue reacting to that. And that's our show for the day. We have another one tomorrow, Tuesday, and we hope...
All right, let me end that. You know what I'm saying? All right, we're going to go to probably maybe one or two more, then I'm going to finish it, because the real topic is not just Candace Owens, but the Christ is King controversy, fomented by people like Candace Owens and Andrew Tate and them. Let's see. Let me look at my history. Let me see. No, I don't want to do no hour. No. No. See, they got something going on. They got something going on with this. I'm gonna use this other guy. Let me use this other guy. Where is he? Let's try this. Because I want to go under the thing with what Diamond Wayman says. They're using it as a double entendre. Let's see if this guy got it going on.
Hi, John Maxwell here, inviting you to join me, Tamara Lowe, and other
peace be upon him, is a prophet,
because that's what
messenger and servant of the one true king,
because I think that's where they're utilizing
God whom we refer to as Allah.
this thing with Candace Owens and Andrew Tate and them as a double entendre to get the party started, get the conversation started on seeing what our views or where we're gonna cast our lots at when it comes to this term Christ is King being anti-Semitic. Come on.
Some Muslims have been fuming over a couple of tweets made by Andrew Tate and Sneako, both tweets saying that Christ is king. But the reason for why they made these tweets probably isn't what you think. Let's talk about it. So yesterday on X, Sneako made a tweet saying Christ is king. And only a few hours later, Andrew Tate tweeted saying, as a Muslim, it warms my heart to see the resurgence of spirited Christian declarations. Christ is king. And I pray Christianity regains its strength and protects its societies against the pervasive and constant erosion of morality by the devotees of Satan. If you accept everything, you stand for nothing. Now, this should be absolutely shocking to anyone that knows anything about their past. Both Andrew Tate and Sneako recently converted to Islam and have both made countless insulting remarks towards Christians and Christianity. I think...
Wait a minute. Before we go there, y'all can see what is written. You see how... Listen. This is why I don't trust her, him, or the rest of these goofies, these goofballs, the goof troop. This is what I'm talking about, the goof troop. You right, Diamond Wayman. The goof troop. They unleashed the goof troop on us. How you go from Christianity to Islam, and now you're advocating for Christianity due to this term, Christ is King, to get the beef popping, to get it popping against these so-called Jewish people. How did you do that? Come on, man. How did you do that? But let's go. Let's go back. Come on.
And I pray Christianity regains its strength and protects its societies against the pervasive and constant erosion of morality by the devotees of Satan. If you accept everything, you stand for nothing. Now, this should be absolutely shocking to anyone that knows anything about their past. Both Andrew Tate and Sneako recently converted to Islam and have both made countless insulting remarks towards Christians and Christianity.
I think Christianity is a joke. I think it's a joke of a religion.
I didn't really resonate with Christianity a lot growing up because it's like, it doesn't make sense to me to pray to a man. I don't want to submit to a man.
Now, even though a lot of Christian commenters were, of course, happy to see Andrew Tate and Sneako tweeting that Christ is king, it still seems strange to me that both of them, on the same day, would be posting such bold claims about Christ when they believe Christ to only be a prophet and find Christianity blasphemous because it teaches that Jesus was not just a prophet, but God in human flesh. And given this, it seemed obvious that their tweet...
Let me stop him right there. Christianity might teach that Christ is God in human flesh, but the Bible does not teach that. The Bible never said Jesus Christ is God in human flesh. It does not say that. Now, that's a whole nother debate, but what I will tell you, what the Bible actually says, is that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Okay? And no matter what, either term, whether they term Christianity might teach that, but it's not the doctrine completely understood that came from the Bible. You know what I mean? A lot of these philosophers, these Greeks and you know what I mean, these people might have philosophized that to be true, but no, the Bible doesn't teach that. It teaches that he is the Son of God. John 17:3, read that, and then that'll give you a clue. Just start there, John 17:3, where he says, you are the one and only true God, where Christ is having a conversation with the Father. So no, he's not you know, what I mean, I know what they're trying to say, but no. But anyway, no, man. I had to correct that and get some clarity going on for the prosperity and the edification of the listeners. You know what I mean? But we'll deal with that another day. I'm gonna unpack that more so. But let them go, because I do find it strange that these people that have this disparaging thoughts dealing with Christianity and how they are converted into Islam due to their disdain for Christianity are now in support of the Christ is King. You know what I mean? Maybe it is to attack the Jewish people who don't believe in Christ, but y'all don't either, in the same way that Christians do. Come on.
Only be a prophet and find Christianity blasphemous because it teaches that Jesus was not just a prophet, but God in human flesh. And given this, it seemed obvious that their tweets would enrage a lot of their Muslim audiences on X who praise Tate and Sneako every time they attack or say something negative about Christianity. So I decided to go to the comment section for confirmation on this, but I was still shocked at what I saw. On the one hand, of course, there were some negative comments from Muslims. Under Andrew Tate's tweet, this Muslim commenter wrote, "Christ is not king. Jesus, peace be upon him, is a prophet, messenger, and servant of the one true king, God whom we refer to as Allah." And in response to the part of Tate's tweet where he says that he prays that Christianity regains its strength, this guy says, "I pray that Christianity continues to weaken and that Islam continues to grow, and that shirk and kuffar replaced with tawhid, inshallah." Another Muslim wrote, "It's Ramadan, have some shame." Another, "No, Andrew Tate, Jesus is a messenger. We'll return as a Muslim, will preach Islam, not Christianity, and pray that everyone should get some knowledge so that they may be able to see the truth." And on Sneako's post, Muslim commenters wrote things like, "One of Allah's 99 names is the King. Don't associate Allah's name with his prophet Isa, peace be upon him."
They always saying peace be upon him. Man, listen, man. Islam. Y'all ain't ready for Islam. Y'all think Christianity was definitely very destructive to black people, but that Islam, that subset, listen, that's transatlantic slave trade definitely was terrible. It definitely, and it's still going on. But that something else is still going on too. That sub-Saharan slave trade underneath these Arabs with their Islamic religion and belief. They did far worse to black people for a longer period of time. Y'all ain't ready for Islam. Y'all not ready for it, bro. But I do find it funny that two people who converted to Islam, they say, "I'm not going to submit to no man," and all. There's a scripture for that in the Bible, which they claim they use, where you're going to be hacked into pieces because you didn't want Christ to rule over you. Don't let me pull that out. The children of Israel got to be bold as lions, because all of these dudes are nothing but copycats, man. They're mimicking us. Ishmael's kids and Esau's kids and Lot's the children of Lot and the 6 sons of Keturah and the Elamites and all these other them people out there mimicking us, the Negroes. We're going to be empowered one day when Christ come back, the one you deny, the one who not only gave up his life for the children of Israel, but for y'all too, for all of mankind. Man, they're a bunch of sissies and punks. Look, man, they can't look. Go to the boxing ring. None of them can mess with us. That's why they gotta treat us so mean, because they know what time it is. They know one-on-one, and if we was to unite, they know. Bleacher than them talking about we not a threat. Yet in every sports arena and everything to do with anything, we dominate. But we not a threat though. We're weak. And there's some truths to that, but look what we had to endure. You know what I'm saying? But y'all time is up too. You Arabs, y'all the ones who y'all got judgment come. That's probably what's going on. Y'all judgment is coming for what y'all did to God's people. Look what they talking about. Talking about they putting their mouth on our Lord and Savior, man, who died for us according to the flesh and died for them according to the spirit. Y'all something else, man. Y'all don't know him. You Christians, and y'all don't know him either. And now they using these clowns, these goofballs, and this bad wench Candace Owens to get this conversation started. To now it's anti-Semitic to say Christ is king. Look at this, man. This is crazy. Man, Christ said, fear not them who kill the body. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm afraid sometimes of death. You know what I'm saying? But I'm asking God to remove my fear of death and not be afraid, but rather fear him that is able to destroy both body and soul in hell. It is more fitting for us to obey God and fear him, and don't fear these people because they can kill the body. Don't you know them people, them Muslims was castrating us, turning us into involuntary eunuchs, cutting our dicks off and balls off. They was doing that. No medication, no pain reliever or nothing like that. Just cutting it off so we could serve in their house. Man, this is crazy, man. And black people be converted into Christianity and Islam. Man, we messed up. Black people need to wake up, man. We are the children of Israel. The remnant of Christ's kingdom is at hand, man. And that's comprised of all nations, Jews and Gentiles alike. But man, this is why I have to do this stuff. This is why I was resisting, man. Because this stuff is very serious, man. Our souls are on the line. And these people are aiming to wipe us out, kill us, destroy us, maim us, whatever they deplatform us, demonetize us, cancel us. They're out after our soul, man. Dang, man, this is, I'm heated now. This is, and they weak, they punks, they can't even, they suckers, man. They can't mess with us, bro. We from the hood, nigga. We'll knock them out, bro. Not only knock them out, bro. Man, come on, man. Let me let this go.
It is prohibited to do this. I sincerely advise you to delete this, my brother. Brother, delete this. This is not right. He is the prophet of Allah. How is he king when he is a prophet? But even though there were some negative comments from Muslims in the comment section, the amount of negative comments from Muslims were low. Actually, suspiciously low. Even Lauren Chin commented about this by saying, interesting that I have yet to see a Muslim person take offense to the whole Christ is King controversy. Some are even proclaiming it themselves, as she shared Andrew Tate's tweet. But still, after talking about Islam and dealing with so many Muslims throughout the years, I still found all of this to be far too suspicious. Things just weren't adding up, and I knew that there was some context that I had to be missing. So I called my friend David Wood to see if he could provide some clarity about what was going on here. And before I play that call for you, we have to take a quick second to thank the sponsor of today's video, Aura.
Hey man, you know what? He sponsored. This is kind of cool. I like his little, I was just gonna say, I like the aesthetics of his platform, man. You know what I'm saying? And now I know why I like him. He's sponsored. You know what I mean? But we're gonna find who this Aura is. But this is U.S. News and World Report Identity. Okay, he's sponsored. He must have garnered a lot of attention, man. But I like the aesthetics of it. You know what I mean? Of his videos, they're very nice, professionally done, and they are tackling this topic. You know what I mean? which is pretty cool. Let's see.
2022, there were nearly 500,000 cases of identity theft reported, and last year, over 1 million. All of them learned the hard way that anyone can find anything on the internet, including your full legal name, your personal email, your home address, your phone number, and even your relatives. The reason why they can get your information is because of data brokers who profit by selling on your behalf. That wasn't enough. There's another problem. Now,
how do you take 20,000 children in the middle of New York City without anybody seeing?
On Twitter, and I saw sneak information they can find exposed. All right, now
that he did the plug, we can get back. It looked like this is a Christian organization. I'm looking at his hoodie. Only Grace something. So evidently he's a Christian. You know what I mean? But brother, you're one of us. You're an Israelite brother, and I understand. We for Christ too. But you need to be awakened to that too. Come on.
Back to the video. Yo, D-Dub, what up, bro?
Yeah.
Hey, real quick. I was on Twitter and
he got on the NASA hoodie. You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's cool. You know what I mean? He don't know. You could tell. He called up homeboy looking like, nah, let me not start roasting. Let me just chill for a minute. Come on.
I saw Sneako and Tate both posting Christ is King at the same.
I hope they covered Candace Owens a little bit. I did cover her first, but I hope he touches on her. Because I don't really want to go. I really want this to be the end. I'm definitely over 4 hours right now. This probably going to be the last video I'll react or respond to or make commentary from. You know what I'm saying? I've been up. You know, but I hope they touch on Candace Owens. He probably ain't, but I already did. But really, it's about Christ is King controversy. Come on.
Time, and there was a lot of weird things that seemed to be going on. So I was kind of wondering if you knew why they were posting that, because it looked a little suspicious to me.
Brilliant strategy, but evil. This is parallel I could think of to how this is being used is Black Lives Matter. So the founders of Black Lives Matter were admitted Marxists. They were a group of trained Marxists who were trained to sell Marxism. Marxism wouldn't work well for a Western audience, but if you use a slogan, Black Lives Matter, which no one can object to, as a shield, you can block criticisms of your actual agenda. You have white supremacists doing the exact same thing right now. They're using Christ is King as a shield so that when you object to what they're saying, they say, oh, you're objecting to me because I'm saying Christ is King. The person I saw who was really kicking this.
Wait. Let me stop him real quick. Now, you see what they said about Black Lives Matter and that they were trained Marxists. This is what Candace Owens and people like the Bleacher and them be bringing out, and that we were already aware of, and we never endorsed or supported Black Lives Matter, especially the ones, the Israelite community that is really aware and don't involve themselves in too much false doctrine. Even when they do, they at least understood what's going on with Black Lives Matter, including people like Hassan Campbell and others, you know what I'm saying, knew what time it was when it came to George Soros and them and the whole Marxist group, and saying that the Western culture won't accept Marxism, but they use the shield or the Trojan horse of the slogan Black Lives Matter to introduce and seduce the population through the people of influence by being Black Lives Matter and having black people who are the people of influence introduce these that doctrine of communism or Marxist, trained Marxist people like MLK was and stuff like that. So when people like the Bleacher and them and Candace Owens bring that out, we agree with that. Even though we've been put that out long before y'all did as Israelites in the Israelite community. We've been exposed that, but y'all exposed it, which is cool. So we are on one accord on that and those particular topics. It's just when y'all have them blended messages and going too far, like with that White Lives Matter shirt y'all was wearing, you and Kanye, and all other crazy, outlandish, stupid stuff y'all be saying. Black people, black men are weak. They nothing. They ain't gonna never be nothing. And police brutality don't exist. Racism don't exist. Y'all be wilding out with that. But it's cool. I got you covered. You know what I mean? I got you covered. But I like the way this this white brother broke it down, though. Come on. Let me go back. All the way back to where, because this is, I'm thinking, is going to be the last one. I don't think he's going to touch on Candace Owens at all. But so this going to be the last one. Come on.
Scanning the QR code on the screen. So go there now, and in 2 weeks, you'll see just how much of your private information they can find exposed. All right, now back to the video. Yo, D-Dub, what up, bro?
Yo.
Hey, real quick. I was on Twitter and I saw Sneako and Tate both posting Christ is King at the same time. And there was a lot of weird things that seemed to be going on. So I was kind of wondering if you knew why they were posting that, because it looked a little suspicious to me.
Brilliant strategy, but evil. This is parallel I could think of to how this is being used is Black Lives Matter. So the founders of Black Lives Matter were admitted Marxists. They were a group of trained Marxists who were trained to sell Marxism. Marxism wouldn't work well for a Western audience, but if you use a slogan, Black Lives Matter, which no one can object to, as a shield, you can block criticisms of your actual agenda. You have white supremacists doing the exact same thing right now. They're using Christ is King as a shield, so that when you object to what they're saying, they say, oh, you're objecting to me because I'm saying Christ is King. The person I saw who was really kicking this off was Nick Fuentes. He has a group called the Groypers, and so they're these, so they're constantly blasting Jews and trying to encourage hostility against Jews. They want a white Christian nation. That's what they want.
You hear that? So, like earlier, we talked about Nick Fuentes and Diamond Wayman talking about Nick Fuentes, and they want a white Christian nation and things like that, and they attacking the Jews. This dude look Jewish. I don't know if he is. We gonna see in a minute, but I don't know. But he looks Jewish, but I don't know if he is or not. But I like his breakdown. Nick Fuentes been doing this. This Christ is King as a strategy to provoke Jewish people. It's almost like a Nazi type response, or neo-Nazi, response, like Remy from the movie Higher Learning, were played by Michael Rappaport. We call him out of pocket too. We call him out of pocket. I might expose that. We thought he was cool, one of them cool Jewish kids from the neighborhood, just like with MC Search and them. But we'll get into that later. But yeah, man, this is what they doing. Come on.
So what these guys started doing is running around like harassing Jews. You filthy Jew, you filthy Zionist pig. Christ is King. Christ is King. Christ is King. And they just kept bombarding with that. And then when someone would respond, I go, oh, look, see, they hate Christ. All we're doing is saying Christ is King. What's wrong with that? See how angry they get when we say Christ is King? Lots of people falling for this because they see people warning them, saying, hey, guys, be careful of this Christ is King stuff. You don't realize what this is being used for right now. And people are like, what? You're not going to get me to not say Christ is King. No, Christ is King. And meanwhile, you've got neo-Nazis giggling themselves silly that people are
Didn't I call them neo-Nazis? I never saw this video. I'm winging it. But didn't I call them just now? I called them neo-Nazis. So here you got neo-Nazis. Neo-Nazis using that as a slanderous term. This is what Diamond Wimmer was talking about, this double entendre. These neo-Nazis now are utilizing this to come against Jewish people. Now Jewish people, which might be a plot by both of them all together to usher in this censorship and making way for the Antichrist. You never know with these people, but And my guesstimation, that's exactly what's going down. They're giving these people, this neo-Nazi, this platform to cause dissension with the Jewish people, to say these inflammatory statements like Christ is King. Christ is King, Christ is King. And they ain't talking about Black Christ. You know they talking about Caesar Borgia. I ain't even get a chance to get into identifying who that man was, that statue was, and those white images of. I'm going to tell you right now, just right offhand, that is Caesar Borgia. This, I think he's the second son of Alexander, the sixth Pope of Rome, Leonardo da Vinci's lover, a homosexual, a poisoner, killed his brother, and slept with his sister Lucretia. And when they were saying, when that white dude was asking who did it, who lightened and whitened the skin of Jesus Christ, was it the Vatican? Yeah, it was. You were right. It's funny how you just took that guess and was right. Yes, sir, you was right. You were right about that. But see, they're using this as slander, which may be a plot by the Jewish people in power, the Jewish elite. I got one more point to put out. And it's really going to be a scripture, and I'm going to end it after this video. Because we found out who the real Jews were. We found out who the Jews who were pretending to be Jews, who they were. But now we're going to go further into why did they do that in the first place? Who are they really? After this video, come on.
Actually falling for this. So,
okay, so just so I'm clear, so what seems to be going on is that Nick Fuentes and them have been chanting Christ is King as an attack basically kind of against Jews, right? And so because the hostility between Israel and Palestine and a lot of Muslims, and especially Sneako and Andrew Tate, they've been talking about how they're anti-Zionism and anti-Israel, that sort of thing. So, and they have hostility towards the Jews. So they're using the slogan as a way to taunt the Jews. Is that right?
Yeah, so why think...
Wait a minute. Y'all heard that? Two Muslims that are getting a little bit of feedback from their Muslim brothers, believers, are using Christ as King when, you know, people in Islam don't believe Christ is King. They just read some messages that they were saying that don't call him no king, call him a prophet. Imagine that two Muslims going against Jewish people, saying Christ is King, Christ is King. Muslims are doing this now to offend the other. This is crazy, as a strategy to get them ticked off, because they're against Zionism and what's going on in Palestine, because I guess all of them are Muslims as well. Come on.
So, and they have hostility towards the Jews. So they're using the slogan as a way to taunt the Jews. Is that right?
Yeah, so why would Andrew Tate and Sneako, Muslims, all of a sudden be running around just on the same day, Christ is King, Christ is King. They have to be aware of how it's being used and what the actual purpose is. Just like we should all believe, we should all agree 100% Black Lives Matter. That doesn't mean you have to fall for how the slogan is being used to mask an underlying agenda.
Well, that certainly seemed to make a lot more sense. And in congruence with David's point, this lady posted on X that Christ is King is being used as a dog whistle directed at Jews. She also included a clip and said that Nick Fuentes is chanting Christ is King with his followers after giving a speech about killing and going to war with the Jews. Now, I wasn't able to find the original video that she clipped from, so I wasn't able to verify her claims, but if she is right, this explains why so many anti-Jewish Muslims would be in support of the phrase Christ Christ is king, something that obviously they've never chanted before. And if
Wait a minute, man. For any Muslim, well, these American Muslims, whatever, like Andrew Tate and this Nick Fuentes, whoever Sneako or whatever, them, to be doing that is disingenuous when their religion teaches them not to believe that Christ is king either. They're doing it just like the Shagan or of the king of the Khazarian Empire chose to be Jews to offend the Christians and the Muslims. This is what they doing. They gonna say Christ is king, knowing that their religion teaches that he was not the king. God, Allah is the king, and Jesus is just a prophet. All of a sudden, now, in order to provoke and attack the Jewish people, because they're not Jews, real Jews at all. We exposed that. We blew that out the water earlier in this video. But me, in my personal opinion, I think it's all a plot by the powerful elite to get this conversation ushered in so they can usher in the mindset and the acceptance of the Antichrist. Because, look, saying Christ is not king and all that, when they know the Bible says King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. For them to not believe that and came up with their own beliefs, mimicking the Negroes anyway and our beliefs, because without our beliefs, they wouldn't have any. You know what I mean? Neither the Christians, neither the people that practice Judaism, nor Islam. They're all based upon Israelite following of the Bible and of Jesus Christ. What does that make them really? They're all anti-Christ. You understand what I'm saying? So now all of a sudden the Antichrist mouth is speaking Christ is king. When they mock them as the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, they'll put Christ right back on the cross if he came down here the same way he came the first time. They'll put him right back up there. All these people that are utilizing his name right now. And it's disingenuous for you to be doing that, man. Come on.
David is right. Van Tate's tweets seem to be far more clever than Sneako's because even though Tate is still trolling, he worded it in a clever way to avoid blowback and have plausible deniability. I mean, let's look at it again. He wrote, "As a Muslim, it warms my heart to see the resurgence of spirited Christian declarations, Christ is king." Now, of course, he seems to be saying this as a way to taunt the Jewish people that he's against. And then he moves into sneak dissing Christians for the same thing that he's mocked them for all along, being weak and not standing for anything.
Christianity is a joke. If you're going to be tolerant of everything and stand for nothing, then I don't think you have it.
If you accept everything, you stand for nothing. But here's something that I think that all of us can take away from this. Of course, the phrase Christ is king is not inherently anti-Semitic. Christians have been saying this since the time of Christ. However, if someone is using the phrase with racial intent or for their political gain, then it's sinful. From scripture, we not only know that Christ is king, but also that there's no difference between the Jew and the non-Jew, for we are all one in Christ Jesus. And because the phrase Christ is king is so important and sacred to us, we would never want to use the phrase as a weapon to hurt others or for some other worldly agenda. Instead, we only want it to be used as a matter of fact while not allowing others to hijack the phrase for evil. And if you want to see what Andrew Tate and Sneako really think about Christianity, go ahead and check out one of these videos and they'll see you over there. But the next time you hear someone saying Christ is king and trying to hijack that for evil, what are you going to say? What do you mean?
See what I mean? That was good. And I knew he wasn't going to cover Candace Owens at all. But let's see. Let's get to my last and final point. Let's see. Let's see. Let's get to that. This is where we going. You see what I'm typing in? Let's find out. Ah, look at this. Unpacked. Now, let me just do it myself. Let's go here.
Revelation 3:9. Now you tell me, again, you see we're just reading the Bible. You tell me who this can be in earth today. Read. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet. Wait a minute. God called a people the synagogue of Satan. Did I write that? Did you write that? Did anybody put this in here? No. So what people, what nationality, what race of people on earth right now are calling themselves Jews? The white man is calling himself a Jew. Read. Revelation 3:9. Now you tell me, again, you see we're just reading the Bible. You tell me who this can be in earth today. Read. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet. Wait a minute. God called a people the synagogue of Satan. Did I write that? Did you write that? Did anybody put this in here? No. So what people, what nationality, what race of people on earth right now are calling themselves Jews? The white man is calling himself a Jew.
Y'all heard that? Now we know why they don't like Jesus Christ. Now we know that why they don't like Yeshua HaMashiach. Nah, HaMashiach, they don't like him. Because in the Bible, it seems as if these people was prophesied to do this. And I'm going to end it on this one more time. Let's hear that. Let's see if they got another one that's more clearer. Let me see.
I would have gave him the select. I don't know if you. I don't know if you. I would have gave him the.
Revelation 3:9. Now you tell me again.
Hold on. Let me see if they got one. Let's see. Let's see if they got one. Oh, I might have it. Hold on. Let's see if they got it. Let me see. Nah, this one don't have it. Hold on. That one don't got it. I probably got it on my own. No, I probably got it. Hold on. Let me go to my other one real quick. Y'all bear with me. We about to bring this on home. Let's see. I might have it. We're gonna identify these game thieves, these identity thieves. We already identified them as the Khazarians. We identified them as Khazarians. Though I talk junk about Vakar and them, they did do some very good work back in the day. They did start off crazy, whack with false doctrine anyway, but that doesn't mean in totality that they're wrong about everything. Because they're definitely right about a lot of stuff, but they just are wrong about a lot of stuff as well. Stuff that I'm against. Where is it? It ain't in here? It ain't in that one. Hold on. It ain't in that stack. I thought I had it in there. Y'all bear with me because we about to close this one out. We are about to close this out. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I don't know. They don't got it in here, huh? Maybe I don't have it. Maybe I don't have it. Maybe I don't have that. No, that's not it. It should have been in that first one. It should have been in that first batch. Hold on. Wait. Nah, it's not in that. Cause I got some heat coming for all of these Israelites that have false doctrine. You know what I mean? I'm coming for all of them. Ricard is next. You know what I mean? They next. But they did have some. Where is it? Is it this not this? It should be in this one. Where the little Jewish kid, the little Jewish kid came by and was asking questions. Where is he? It should have been in this one, but it don't look like it's in this one. Let me see.